Okay, we are now live streaming all. So if you want to turn your videos off before we get started, that's fine.
Before we get started, I just wanted to check on a few names. I know Dr. Mock is not going to be here today. Mark Garcia, are you in attendance? Okay. Mary Gentry? Oh, I see you. Mary Gentry. Glynis Gaines?
Mary Gentry's here, sorry. Letting the dogs out.
Oh, I got you. I got you, Mary. I saw your name on the list. I was trying to find the ones that I'm not quite sure of. All right. And Aaron Warren. Well, Dr. Lauder, I'd say we wait for Dr. Singh a few more minutes.
I'm here.
You're here?
She's on, and Mark Garcia just logged in.
Mark Garcia just logged in. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning.
Once again, Glynis Gaines. Ken Craver, I know he would not be able to attend. And Aaron Warm. And well, Dr. Lauder, if you don't mind, I could do we have enough for quorum. I would like to go ahead and just do the housekeeping, if you don't mind, before you get started.
Sure, that's fine.
Just to remind everyone that this meeting is, first of all, good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's doing well. Hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving break and everybody's safe. And I appreciate you all participating in the meeting. Just want to do some housekeeping. Just remember that this meeting will be streamed live on Zoom, through Zoom on YouTube. You'll be able to see the meeting afterwards if you wanted to revisit what we talked about. Make sure that you have your video on during the meeting. I know there are some times you might need to just, briefly take it off, put it back on, but please, as much as possible, leave your video on. The representatives from the institutions, you can leave your video off and keep your microphones on mute until it's time for you to present or make comments regarding your proposal. You'll hear it as we go along through the agenda. And for the members also, please, unless you are making a statement, please keep your microphone on mute so we can cut back on the feedback noise in the background. I believe that's it. Christina, did I forget anything?
No, sir, I don't believe that you did.
Okay, once again, thank you. And Dr. Larder, we do have quorum. We have 21 out of 24, 20 voting members, and we have the student representative, Ms. Fennelly Atkinson. And that is a streak. We have 2 meetings with a student representative. Thank you, Ms. Fennelly Atkinson. Good morning, Dr. Singh.
All right, good morning all. Again, we will go ahead and get started. I have 10 a.m. and so I will call the meeting to order. It's good to see everyone. Please remember to keep your videos on during the meeting, and then remember that we are live streaming this morning. We have a very full agenda, a number of items to get through today, and so we will get started shortly. We do have a quorum of members. Thank you all for being here. I hope everyone had a safe and socially distant Thanksgiving, whatever that might have looked like for you and your family, if it was in person or via Zoom or any other tools. And I know we are all on the back end of a very wild fall 2020 semester. And so the next couple of weeks we'll all be finishing up and enjoying a much needed and much deserved downtime. So to get started, we will go ahead and let me ask Dr. Laffers, do we have any new members on this meeting? We need to do any member introductions? I don't think so, but I want to check to be sure.
No, we don't have any new members this time. No, Dr. Larder.
Okay. So then we will go ahead and move to item 2, which is the introduction of the new Assistant Commissioner for Digital Learning here at the Coordinating Board. It is a name and face that most of us, if not all of us, know and are very familiar with. So Dr. Singh, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Lauder, and good morning to everyone. It is an absolute pleasure to be among my fellow esteemed colleagues, and I look forward to engaging with those of you that I have not had the pleasure of working with. But I want to say majority of you look pretty familiar. In fact, some of us from our work on LTAC. So I actually served on LTAC for about 5 years, I believe it is. So it's good to be home in a slightly different capacity. Right, representing the newly formed Division of Digital Learning for the Coordinating Board, which I think in itself speaks volumes for how the Coordinating Board is visibly showing their support and acknowledgement of the impact that digital learning will have on the future of higher education. And so I think right now, more than ever, we find ourselves in unprecedented times, right? But not uncharted territory. And I think that's something so critically important. So many times we stop and we think, what is going on today? And we look at the world around us and there's so much confusion and probably a lot of overwhelming emotions that happened when we originally transitioned. For those of us that were actively engaged in this, I think there's almost a sense of normalcy. We knew this, we did this, we do this. It's where we've been thriving, the environment in which we have been successful for decades. Some of us have been practicing a long time. I'm not going to admit how many years. Some of us will keep that to ourselves. But in the time we've seen and worked very hard to make sure that people understood that digital learning was one that would impact university success and student success, one that had the same quality, same academic rigor that you would receive in a face-to-face environment. And we worked diligently to make sure that we had the data to substantiate that, to make sure that we had the qualitative experiences that we could capture among our students so that people understood that there was an equal representation of an education attainment that could be done in this environment. We asked for years and encouraged faculty, students, and staff to give digital learning a chance, to see what it could do to change and transition the way institutions delivered instruction. We got what we wanted, right? But probably to a degree that we did not ask for. I don't think any of us wanted or pictured that we would have a daycare, a schoolhouse, a pet clinic, or a pet daycare as well. and a small office complex all under one roof. I'm sure none of us were ready for that. But we got what we wanted in the sense that people are now engaging in digital learning, whether they wanted to or they didn't, actively on a regular basis. And the beauty is that more than anything, we were able to experience what a day in the life of a digital learner was. And everyone, from your top administrators to your students themselves that never envisioned themselves going into digital learning, every single day are realizing, wow, this is potentially something that I can do. Or maybe this is not necessarily what I want to do, but it does have value. So here's where our challenge comes in, right? We as a team need to help recommend and advise the coordinating board and the commissioner. We need to make sure that the world understands that digital learning is more than just academic courses. It is more than instructional design only in that capacity. It deals with a cross-divisional experience, and we are obligated to make sure that we can create an experience for our students that is of the highest quality, regardless of where they choose to be. Whether it be on campus, it be digitally involved, or it be a combination of both. And so our challenge herein lies in making sure that we can look at the regulatory issues that go with digital learning that match our practice, but that we also form experiences and partnerships so that we can cultivate the momentum that several of our faculty have started to demonstrate, that we can support and foster the innovation that organically has begun to happen within the different industries, that we can ask ourselves, what are those successful models that we need to be sharing with institutions across the state? And that we make sure that we set Texas up to be the group that did it right. So that when the national conversation comes to our table, people will recognize the effort that everyone in this room has done to impact how the world will function differently. We know our students will have to be fluent in this environment. We're very well aware that our students will have to be competitive no longer within the state, but in a global level. Industry is now this environment that we are in, and we will make sure that our students will be globally competitive. I ask that all of you join me in this journey, and none of you have ended the Zoom call accidentally, so I'm hoping that you are taking that challenge and that we begin to work together to make sure that we can set those standards and excel and exceed those as we move forward. I welcome conversations with any and all of you. Please do not hesitate to reach out to me if you have ideas. Come January, we will have a transition. This group has actually been led by an amazing THECB liaison, Dr. Andrew Lofters, for years. And now with the Division of Digital Learning, we actually have Dr. Kyla Torre, who will be taking over the LTAC group as a liaison. So Andrew will still be in an advisory capacity as we move, but we want to publicly thank Dr. Lofters for everything that he has done to bring LTAC to a new level of impact for the coordinating board. We have had an immense amount of success under his leadership and guidance, and we thank you for that. We will continue to report to the Division of Academic Quality and Workforce Education, just under the Division of Digital Learning now. So in January, it will be led by a different group, but again, this exact same membership will be represented. So publicly, Dr. Lofters, thank you for your work. And again, Dr. Torre and I look forward to working with all of you as we venture into the 2021 semester.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Andrew, on behalf of LTAC, I want to thank you for all of your work. I know it sounds like you're leaving, but you're not really leaving. You just don't get to deal with us anymore. And I'm sure you'll be happy to not see my name on your email as many times a day as you do. So thank you for all of your work on behalf of this committee and digital and online learning in Texas, and we look forward to continuing to work with you in a new role. And Kyla, we look forward to you taking on a more visible presence with our group. Andrew will warn you that I email a lot, so just get ready. Most of the time it's a complaint and a problem that I think only I have, but it comes through. So thank you. And Michelle, it's good to have you back with our group. in this new role and this exciting role. And I think I speak on behalf of the committee and online learning students and practitioners throughout the state that we look forward to your guidance and leadership and your advocacy for us and the work that we all have been doing. So with that, we will continue forward in our agenda. We have item 3, which is now the consideration of summary notes from our last meeting, which was not that long ago, although it may seem like forever. It was in September. And those were emailed out by Christina earlier, I guess it was last week or the week before Thanksgiving. Are there any comments, changes, suggestions, modifications to the summary notes? Okay, I am not hearing any modifications, changes, or updates to the minutes. So I will ask for a motion to accept the summary notes from our September 18th, 2020 meeting.
I motion to accept the meeting notes from September 2020.
Okay, that was Charlene moved. Do we have a second?
I will second.
Vicky, second. I heard Vicky first. I know that was over a couple people. So all those in favor of approving the notes as emailed, please signify by raising your hand or raising the little thumbprint or thumb in Zoom. Okay. Any opposed? All right. Then our summary notes from our September meeting will stand as emailed. Moving on, we have a number, like I said, we have a number of doctoral proposals this time to review. So item 4 is the discussion of the distance education delivery of the University of North Texas existing doctoral philosophy PhD degree with a program in information science based on LTAC's assessment of application compliance with THECB, distance education rules and policies. Now, before we get into this, we have a number of doctoral proposals this week or this time that members of the LTAC also are on faculty or staff at those institutions. So the LTAC members, as we normally do, if this is a program from your school, you'll need to abstain from voting. But you are welcome to participate in any questions or discussion on behalf of your institution. So with that, I would like to turn it over to the doctoral proposal subcommittee. And because Dr. Mock is not here, I believe Dr. Morgan, that is you, correct?
Well, as Dr. Lofters said, the first proposal that we would like to present is UNT's Doctor of Philosophy degree with a program in information science. UNT is proposing, excuse me, an existing PhD with hybrid blended online delivery. The face-to-face sessions will be held at UNT's Frisco location. UNT submitted the addition of the distance education portion of the existing program for consideration. You can read some of the discussion and responses that went back and forth with the subcommittee and Dr. Lofters that he sent you in your notes. But joining us today are several representatives from UNT that will answer any additional questions for the full committee. Dr. Kinshuk is the Dean of College of Information. Dr. Kinshuk, would you like to introduce your colleagues and then give a brief overview of your proposal?
Certainly. So first of all, good morning, and thank you for allowing us to be here and tell us about our proposal. My colleague Elizabeth Vogt is here, and also Daniela Smith. Dr. Daniela Smith, she is the Program Associate Director, and Ms. Elizabeth Vogt is the liaison with the THECB. So I would hand it over to Ms. Vogt for doing the presentation for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for inviting us. We're proposing to offer our information science PhD through a combination of online courses and hybrid courses that have a face-to-face component at our Frisco location. The program requirements consist of coursework, satisfactory performance on the qualifying exam, and dissertation research. The total program requires a minimum of 60 hours of graduate credit beyond a master's degree or a minimum of 72 beyond a bachelor's degree. Students may choose to complete the general program of study or to complete the degree using a concentration. And although there are several concentration areas for this PhD, data science is the concentration that would be offered online. UNT already offers several master's programs in data science, which is hybrid and online, and advanced data analytics, which is 100% online, for which the PhD program would be a logical next step for students seeking a terminal degree. Information science faculty have worked with our Center for Learning Experimentation, Application, and Research, we call it CLEAR, to prepare their courses for online and hybrid delivery. Our CLEAR division assists with instructional design, multimedia production for the online courses, and they also provide faculty development and training for online and hybrid teaching. The delivery method will not impact the overall content or quality of our program. The competencies will be the same whether a student completes the program face-to-face in Denton or through the proposed online hybrid format. This delivery method will provide additional access for our existing students, and we expect new students will be attracted to this format. It will be particularly desirable for professionals in the Frisco area who are interested in obtaining this type of credential, but also need to balance work and home life during their pursuit. The proposed format is ideal for part-time students, but it will also work for full-time students. For faculty sufficiency, the Information Science Department currently has 21 full-time faculty, 17 of which are tenure track. We have additional qualified faculty who offer many of the concentration courses, and we believe this is a sufficient number of faculty to add the additional mode. We expect to add between 10 to 18 students, hopefully per year in the Frisco location. And it will increase slightly, we expect, as the program grows. And based on the projected growth, we plan on adding an additional tenure track faculty member in year 3 and possibly 2 additional positions in year 2 and 3, of course, depending on growth. For student engagement, faculty who teach the doctoral core hybrid courses will provide the face-to-face component at the Frisco campus, and that includes their office hours. As we have learned during the pandemic, most everyone is capable of using Zoom or other remote methods to stay in contact with each other. And we plan to continue to utilize Zoom to work with our remote students in addition to email, phone, and through the Canvas platform. The department also maintains a listserv for their PhD students. It's used to inform students about activities such as their brown bag lunches and special lectures. Students can also join our student chapter of ASSIST, which is the Association for Information Science and Technology. This group has hosted regional and international conferences at the main campus in Denton, and the conferences are great because they allow our students to showcase their current research, which in turn familiarizes them with the peer review process, and it also provides them the opportunity to receive constructive feedback from seasoned faculty members. Students completing the program will be able to access the brown bag meetings remotely, and they'll also be able to access our research centers. They're eligible for scholarships, and they can collaborate on research with the faculty. For student services, as I mentioned before, dealing with the pandemic has taught us that we can do just about anything by remote means. The students who complete coursework in Frisco and online will have access to almost everything our students have at the main campus. All of our library offerings can be accessed remotely, and most of the student services we traditionally offered face-to-face have already moved to virtual. Many of our student services are also available at our Frisco location if they want to go in person. Our Frisco site offers concierge student services, and the staff have been cross-trained. So if they don't have the answer, they know where to find it. For evaluation and assessment of the program, faculty use a variety of measures to evaluate the success of this program, including retention and graduation rates for general program success, committee results from students' written and oral exams, proposal defense, dissertation defense, and those are all reviewed by program faculty, and those could result in adjustments to course or curriculum content. Faculty review the number and quality of student publications and scholarly activities to ensure individual student success. And results of evaluation and assessment are shared at faculty retreats and used to make improvements. These are the same methods used for all students, regardless of the mode of instruction. Our students also complete our student perceptions of teaching after every course, and students complete a graduating student survey prior to graduation. Results are monitored to gauge student satisfaction. So in summary, we believe we're well prepared to offer the program in this additional format. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does any member of the doctoral proposal subcommittee have an additional comment above and beyond what we've already discussed? If not, Dr. Louder, I would like to invite the full LTAC membership to present any questions they might have.
Thank you, Dr. Morgan. Are there any questions from our committee? I have one or a couple here, and I can't find it now in the document. I had a question about the research methods course. It says that students with no previous graduate level coursework in research methods are required to complete the research tool requirement by taking an extra class that will not count as their 48 hours of doctoral coursework. So will the student be admitted to the program and then required just to take this course, or do they have to take this course before they apply for admission to the program? I was not clear on the requirement there.
I am assuming that is a leveling course and they could be accepted. Is that correct, Dr. Kinchik? Yes.
That's correct, yes.
So would they be able to take other classes, or they would only take that class there at first?
No, they would be able to take additional classes, just not the next advanced research class. Okay. And disagree with me, Dr. Kinchik, if I got that wrong.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then my second question or last question was about accessibility. In there, you talk about the students can use the accessibility office and that your faculty will work to make resources accessible to students. But then you've also in the document said all the classes are already designed. So I wasn't sure if that meant all the classes are already designed and they are accessible, or all the classes are already designed and you will make the content accessible if you need to.
The ones that are already completed are accessible. That's part of our process through CLEAR, working with CLEAR as they ensure all of our content is accessible, especially if students have any disabilities. Those that are still in development and working towards that finishing, we will make sure. We will not allow a course to be offered until CLEAR has certified that it is prepared, it is ready to be offered.
That's what I thought, but those two different paragraphs were in conflict for me, so I wasn't sure. So thank you for that. Those are all the questions I have. Are there any other questions from the committee? Patrick, although I know you can't vote on this, do you want to say, as the UNT rep here on LTAC, is there anything you'd like to say?
Just the College of Information has a long history of offering quality programs Their Masters of Learning Technologies has been offered for a very long time at the university, and so they have robust experience in supporting students at a distance. So I of course am very confident that they will be able to be successful in supporting these doctoral students with this program option.
Thank you, Patrick. Dr. Morgan, hearing no other comments from the, sorry, Dr. Morales, yes.
Yes, I'm sorry. Good morning to the UNT colleagues. Maybe you addressed this verbally, but can you talk a little bit more in regards to the goal of the college to make this program available via distance? I mean, is it something that the local market or the local facilities cannot sustain? If you're getting more interest external to the area, can you expand a little bit more?
Well, we have a new location in Frisco, of course, and we have been attracting a lot of attention in Frisco. So this will really make it much more convenient for our students, the professionals that are located in Frisco who may have to balance their work life and home life, working full time, but still wish to seek this credential. This is really going to make it so much easier for them.
Thank you.
Sorry about that, Dr. Morales. Any other questions? I don't have everybody on my screen, so if you're raising your hand, I'm not seeing you. Other questions from LTAC? Okay, nobody's yelling at me, so Dr. Morgan, I will go back to you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Louder. If there are no further questions or points of conversation, I'd like to recommend approval of this proposal on behalf of the subcommittee.
Thank you. So members, LTAC, we will move on to item 5, consideration of the recommendation for approval of the distance ed delivery of UNT's PhD in information science. The doctoral subcommittee recommends this to full committee as a recommendation and approval. So we don't need a motion, but I do need a second and a vote.
I'll second.
That was Joyce.
Yes.
So all those in favor of approving the UNT PhD proposal, please signify by either raising your hand or using the thumbs up in Zoom. Okay. Any opposed? Same sign. Okay. To our colleagues at UNT, LTAC has approved your proposal, and it will now go to the next part of the approval process. Dr. Lofters, is that now to cause? Is that correct?
Well, since this is an existing doctoral program, it will go now to staff level, and we can make the decision through the assistant commissioner of academic quality. I will say that. That's what our usual. This goes to the staff level. Doesn't have to go to the cause or to the board at this time.
Excellent. So our colleagues at UNT, we wish you the best on this new distance doctoral program. You are welcome to stay on the meeting, but I am sure you have other things that you would rather do. So we won't be offended if you sign off.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now move to item 6, which is another doctoral proposal. This is the discussion of the distance education delivery of the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley proposed Doctor of Nursing Practice, or DNP degree, with a program in nursing practice. And with that, I will turn it over again to Dr. Morgan.
I should unmute. Yes, so the second proposal before you, as Dr. Louder mentioned, is the UT Rio Grande Valley proposal, and they're offering a new Doctor of Nursing Practice fully online. Again, there was some back and forth with questions by the subcommittee that They answered very quickly. Dr. Lofters has sent you that information if you'd like to read through it. UT Rio Grande Valley, according to my notes, has 6 representatives joining us today. Dr. Sharon Radzimski is the Dean of the School of Nursing. So Dr. Radzimski, would you like to introduce your colleagues and provide a brief overview of your proposal?
Certainly. With me here today is Dr. Delia Rojas, who is the Associate Dean for Graduate Studies at UTRGV School of Nursing. Dr. Lily Fuentes, who is the Associate Dean for Faculty Affairs, and she is the co-author and one of the major constituents in the development of the DNP proposal. We also have Mr. Francisco Garcia, who is the Director for the Center of Online Learning here at UTRGV, and Dr. Robert Allen, who is the Executive Director for Informational Technology at UTRGV. Basically, the proposal is for the postmasters, Doctorate of Nursing Practice, which is a 45-hour, 2-year full-time program, 3-year part-time program. That is for nurses who have an advanced practice degree from their master's program. So we are talking about individuals who would be a nurse practitioner, CRNA, nurse midwife, or clinical nurse specialist who is coming in to increase their preparation at a doctoral level. And what that means is that they have a practitioner skill set in some way, and they are going to advance their education to include population health, management and policy, all of the determinants of health that are influenced by things outside of direct patient care. Their direct practitioner skills would have been obtained at the master's degree. This is to expand their education so that they can look at public policy, they can look at administration, they can look at make business decisions, they can look at aggregate data, epidemiology, look at healthcare concerns at the population level. And then the reason, again, for the DNP is because nursing, like many other health professions, once research is done and information is determined that improves evidence-based practice, it takes anywhere from 10 to 30 years before it's implemented as general policy within our healthcare agencies. The DNP graduate, they learn and spend specified time, including doing an extensive project in translational research, and whereas they take what is considered evidence-based but has not yet been implemented or has not been consistently implemented or implemented with specific populations and implemented in a place of practice, and then do the evaluation and analysis of the results that then becomes scholarly work that can be presented to advance the profession and improve patient care outcomes. Our program has a specific focus on interprofessional collaboration, which we feel UTRGV is very well situated to be able to provide those educational opportunities. Our strategic plan and the mission of the university very much supports interprofessional collaboration. But because the Division of Health Affairs is just recently developed, we are in the stages where we are forming very strong collaborative partnerships. We've already put into place where IPC is being taught across nursing, social work, medicine, and we're going to be adding, podiatry, pharmacy. I mean, there's a host of interprofessional degrees with students that will allow these types of practice environments that the students can do their clinical hours in, and then can actually analyze and implement this type of collaborative care, not only in the Valley, but wherever they may be from. So the program contains core courses, which of course are things such as policy, a scholarship, research, finance, healthcare finance. It also has the core courses in interprofessional collaboration, and then it has the translational project courses where the student will be required to implement some aspect of interprofessional collaboration in a healthcare agency, and then do the objective evaluation and look at it in relationship to direct patient care outcomes. So in an overview, that is specifically what the program is and what we hope to accomplish. In the state of Texas, there are 13 other DMP programs currently. None of them are set up to look at intercollaborative care. So we are the first actually in the state and one of the few in the nation that will provide that kind of scholarly information back to the community and to the profession. The Institute of Medicine has been saying for many, many years that a collaborative model of care improves patient care outcomes, that we shouldn't exist in a silo. But actual data, actual how you implement, actual looking at how professionals interact with each other in relationship to outcome measurement is minimal. And so we really feel very, very strongly that we are going to make a very strong contribution to models of care and improve patient care outcomes. The program is didactically completely online. UTRGV, the School of Nursing, all of our graduate programs currently existing are already online. So the faculty teaching them are all have gone through the training, have been working with this for a long period of time. They're all Quality Matters certified. You know, the only thing that is not online for this particular program, we will be holding workshops or intensives prior to the semester where we'll bring students to campus for a few days prior to the start of the semester. The very first one, of course, is going to include workshops on how to use the technology. I don't know how familiar you are with nurses, but many of them do not have great computer skills. And so this might be the first time that their educational program is online. So we intend to bring them prior to the startup of the first semester to campus for online workshops to prepare the student to be able to use, you know, the Blackboard format, which is what we use at UTRGV, be able to understand how to submit and work within the online environment, things of that nature. So we've built that into the program so that our students, you know, can and will be successful. But all of our other student services, you know, library resources, you know, and certainly COVID has made us much more technically savvy, and having, you know, the brown bag lunches, the scholarly luncheons, the presentations, all of those sorts of things, we've already converted to online. Either we're doing it already in our graduate programs, and or COVID has, you know, increased our usage of this technology. But anyway, those things have all been in place, are in place. And so we have a very good operating system for online education. The only other thing, of course, that would not be online, this is a practice doctorate, so it does contain clinical time, clinical hours to improve these practitioner skills. Now, it may not necessarily be in nurse practitioner skills, but in the aggregate provision of care, the population-focused provision of care related to a certain population. And of course, looking at working with in-teams for intercollaborative care. So there is a minimum of 400 additional clinical hours. The total degree must have 1,000 hours or greater. But since this is a post-master's DNP, not the bachelor's to DNP, which is what requires the 1,000 hours, we will be accepting their hours, their actual clinical time hours from their master's program, and then adding the additional hours that they may be short in the postmaster's DNP. We will assign a mentor to every student enrolling in the program when they first are admitted to evaluate their program goals, what they plan to study, see where their clinical expertise is and what their clinical goals are, to arrange for completion of these hours. Of course, some of these hours and many of those hours are contained in the projects where they will be implementing some sort of translational program involving interprofessional care and looking at patient care outcomes. That, of course, is not online, but we will be tracking them online. And we have a history of doing that because we have nurse practitioner programs, we have nursing education and administration, all of which have hundreds and hundreds of clinical hours already. So those processes are already well in place to be able to move to the next level. Is there any questions, or is there anything you would like me to expand upon?
Dr. Morgan, I will turn it back to you.
Yes. Do any of the doctoral proposal subcommittee members have additional comments to this? If not, I'd like to invite the full LTAC membership to ask questions or comment on this proposal.
This may be for Andrew. The marked up version, can you walk me through all of the edits and markups and things like that on the document that you shared with us?
Sure. What was going on there was that the proposal has two tracks that are being described for the original proposal. Has two tracks being described for approval: a BSN to DNP and a MSN to DNP. However, one of the points of discussion within the subcommittee was: are we doing both right now, or are we doing just the MSN to DNP? So we found out from the institution. I posed questions that were asked from the subcommittee to the institution, and they clarified that this proposal right now is only going to be viewing the MSN to DNP. So Dr. Mock, when they were doing the deliberations within the subcommittee, gave them one where it showed, okay, these are the parts that deal with BSN. Don't worry about this right now. Right now, we're concentrating on the MSN. Dr. Morgan or any of the subcommittee members, do you want to add to that? I think that pretty much gives you the overall, what the whole reasoning behind that mocked up version was.
Yes, that was the only reason we had any questions, is that, and was this the proposal that was using an old form?
Yes, that's what it was. It was the old form that didn't have a certain set of questions, correct?
Yes, and so once we made it through those weeds, I don't think there were any further points of discussion.
Thank you. Questions from the LTAC committee?
I had a question. Is this the first online doctoral program that the university is offering?
It's the first online doctoral program in the School of Nursing that the university is offering. I don't really know if there are other PhD. I mean, we have PhD programs. I'm uncertain whether they're online or not. If anyone here from UTRGV would know the answer to that, please.
Yes, this is Francisco Garcia. I'm the director for a Center for Online Learning and Teaching Technology. And that is correct. This is the first one. This is the first doctoral program online from UTRGV.
Good morning, Francisco. It's good to see you back with LTAC.
Good morning, and it's good to see very familiar faces as a former LTAC member.
So just to clarify, our UTRGV already offers a number of PhD or doctoral EDD programs. This will be the first online doctoral program for the campus.
That is correct.
Okay. Other questions?
Hello, this is Rolando. No, not too much a question, but just a comment. I mean, I know my colleagues down in UTRGV and their blueprinting process with Quality Matters and their training they do with their faculty, getting them to the virtual environment. I commend them for everything they're doing. Again, pushing forward nursing in this time of need is part of those first responders. But I commend them to kind of keep going and offering this to the Rio Grande or Texas or national students coming in. But you know, that's just thank you all guys for what y'all are doing with nursing.
Oh, you are more than welcome. It is our honor and privilege to be able to produce qualified nurses for the Valley, Texas, and beyond.
So a question here, because of your proximity to the border, do you anticipate any cross-border enrollments or anything like that?
I do not. And the reason for that is to be, to meet our accreditation and Texas Board of Nursing requirements, students must have a license to practice nursing from the United States to be in this program. So we may have, students who were born in Mexico or across the border who are now, U.S. citizens who have been educated in the United States and have a U.S. license. So that's clearly, a possibility. But as far as offering this as an international program, either to Mexico or abroad, no.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Dr. Lauder, this is Daniel from Alvin Community College. Mine's more of a comment similar to Rolando's. And just on a personal note, I'm originally from the Valley. And so I will say that it's great to see how far the UT RGV campus has come in just a short amount of time. I remember when I was there in the late 90s taking summer classes because I obtained my bachelor's from Texas A&M University in College Station. It still wasn't a huge campus, but just to see where it's come from then to now, it's great to see the growth that has come from that UT RGV campus and how much is being done in terms of offering these types of opportunities to students down there that would normally not have these types of opportunities. I mean, even it's an online DNP program, but at the same time too, even face-to-face programs like this weren't available to students in the Valley even just some years ago. So I commend you all for the work you're doing in expanding these types of programs and opportunities to the students down there, because they are greatly needed down there. And even just the healthcare demand down there is just, it's through the roof right now. It just really is. My spouse is in the nursing field, received their DNP from UT Medical Branch in Galveston. So he certainly sees the impact with COVID, but even just the rising need for more healthcare opportunities down there in the Valley too. So I commend y'all for expanding these opportunities to your students down there. They're greatly, greatly needed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I am a former Valley kid as well. It's kind of funny how many of us are Valley kids. I was not there in the late 90s though. I left before that. But no, I grew up in McAllen and Edinburgh. So, and my mom actually went to Pan American when it was still Pan American. So a while ago. Great. Any other comments from our committee? Dr. Morgan, I'll turn it back to you.
Yes, if there are no further comments, then Dr. Lauder, on behalf of the subcommittee, I would like to recommend approval of this proposal.
So thank you. So we will move to item 7 on our agenda, which is the consideration recommendation for approval of the distance education delivery of UT RGV's Doctor of Nursing Practice degree with the program in nursing practice. This is coming to the full LTAC as a recommendation for approval from the doctoral subcommittee. So we don't need a motion, but we need a second and then a vote.
I'll second Dr. Lauder. This is Daniel.
I'm talking to a muted mic, sorry. We have a motion and now we have a second from Daniel. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand or using the thumbs up on Zoom. Okay. Any opposed, same sign. Okay, to our colleagues at UTRGV, congratulations, LTAC has approved your proposal for a new online DNP. Dr. Lofters, what is the next step for this program?
Since this is a newly proposed program, it will go on to cause and board for final approval.
So our colleagues at UTRGV, I'm sure Dr. Lofters or someone will be in touch with next steps. We wish you the best as you start this new program and education down in the Valley. You're welcome to stay on, but we understand if you need to move on to other things.
And Dr. Lauder, I wanted to just say, Ms. Jessica Acton is the program director over that. She's been very helpful in helping us get the information for the review for this program. I want to thank her for her assistance in this.
Thank you. All right, we will move on to item 8. Before doing so, we've only been going about an hour. Does anybody need a break, or are we good to continue? Okay, so we will move on to item 8, which is the discussion of the distance education delivery of Prairie View A&M University's proposed Doctor of Business Administration, DBA, with a program in business administration. We do have an LTAC member from Prairie View, and so Charlene, you'll have to abstain, but please jump in and comment when appropriate. Dr. Morgan, I will turn it over to you from the Doctoral Proposal Subcommittee.
Yes, as you mentioned, Prairie View is our last proposal for the day. They're proposing a new Doctor of Business Administration degree with a program in business administration. This program will be offered off campus, face-to-face delivery at the Northwest Houston Center. Again, the subcommittee had some back and forth that you can read in the email. We were kind of chatty this time around. Everything was resolved to everyone's satisfaction, but you can read the back and forth if you'd like to in the documents Dr. Lofters provided. Prairie View has a number of representatives joining us today. Dr. Caduce is the Dean of the College of Business. So Dr. Caduce, would you like to introduce your colleagues and then give a brief overview of your proposal?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Morgan. Thank you, Dr. Lofter and Dr. Lauder for the opportunity to make this presentation today. We're grateful for the opportunity. I want to say a little bit about the university and then the college and then the program. I had a slide presentation, if I could get the screen.
I believe Dr. Lauder, we discussed this, if it's possible to make him a presenter for this portion.
Thank you. I believe I just made you a co-host, so you should now have the ability to share your screen. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I have been starting presentations with this particular slide. It's a picture of our team that won the Battle of the Brains Championship in Austin last spring. This is like a hackathon, and it was hosted by the Black MBA Association. NFL was the client this time, and the team, which had 3 students from the College of Business and 2 from College of Engineering, contested with about 15 other teams and won the first prize. Surprisingly, this year, the same competition was done virtually, and the Prairie View A&M University team again won the first prize. So we have made a habit of winning these competitions. So just to get started with this, you see my second screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, So I want to say a little bit about Prairie View A&M University. As many of you know, that it is a public university near Houston, and it's part of the Texas A&M University system. It is almost 145 years old institution. We are also a proud historically Black college and university, HBCU. There are about 100 such institutions left in the country. We have a designation as an institution of the first class by Texas legislature in the 1980s. There are about 9,500 students on campus. There are 5 doctoral programs, and if approved, this will be the 6th doctoral program. And this would be the first one that is offered in the Northwest Houston campus. We have a doctoral program in the College of Nursing, which is in the Texas Medical Center. The College of Business has roughly 1,500 students, about 1,480 students signed up this fall. We were pleasantly surprised. There's almost 150 more students than we had last fall. We have about 50 professors, about 28 to 30 tenure track professors with PhDs. And we have a nice mix of professional faculty members also teaching for us. The DBA program is a non-traditional doctoral program that we have proposed. Is primarily designed for business executives who have significant professional and management experience and possess an MBA or a related master's degree. The program would be taught in the executive mode and allow executives to continue in their employment while they pursue the degree. It's designed as a 3-year program. This innovative program will provide doctoral level preparation for executives to enhance their knowledge and understanding of cutting edge ideas and concepts in management theory. Further, the program will teach them to apply these ideas to complex real world problems. The graduates of the programs will gain a better understanding, a deeper understanding of the various research techniques and methodologies, and learn to make smart, data-driven business decisions, taking advantage of the enormous amounts of data available today. Unlike the traditional doctoral programs designed to produce future scholars and professors, the DBA program is for executives interested in enhancing their competencies. The program helps them to learn new tools and methodologies for rigorous research. Many of the graduates of the programs might decide to have a career change, to go back to academia or to education in general. And there's a growing need. There's a shortage of faculty, qualified doctoral faculty in business in the country, and this would be a good way to help plug that gap. So the students would meet face-to-face in a new campus that we purchased. It's no longer new, of course, it's about 10 years old. Northwest Houston Center. This is in Northwest Houston. And they're going to meet once a month. So there's residency. There'll be enough hours in this in-person classroom attendance, about 25 out of 45 hours, more than 55%. So it's a face-to-face program, but off these weekends, the professors and the students are going to be interacting online in a learning community. So that is why we are calling it a web-enhanced face-to-face format. And that's an important part of the design because our target audience are busy executives and working professionals who will be keeping their day jobs as they participate in this program. By the way, there are about 25 such programs nationwide, and they have come up over the last 5 to 10 years. Some of them are in quite renowned institutions, and they are kind of a non-traditional doctorate program. We had on our site visit reviewers who were directing some of these programs, and one of them from University of South Florida said that of all the places in the country, Houston probably is the best location for a DBA program today. We are looking at a target market which includes Dallas, San Antonio, Austin, and there are about 10 million residents in these localities. So we expect that some of the students are going to drive maybe 1-2 hours to attend the program, and others might fly in from other parts of the country. In fact, in some of the programs, we are told that students also come from overseas because it's once a month residency, they can do that. So the Northwest Houston Center was purchased in 2009 by Prairie View A&M University. It's an education facility. It's 2-storied, about 52,000 square foot, 15 classrooms. There are teaching computer labs, there are homework labs. There's a library, there's a gym, there's office spaces for professors, and there's small conference spaces for students group study. It already houses most of the graduate programs that the College of Business offers, the MBA, regular MBA. We have an online MBA. We have a Master's of Science in Accounting program on that campus. And we also have the executive MBA that we've offered for about 8 years in a hybrid format there. So the library in the Northwest Houston Center is connected, of course, to the Coleman Library. And students would have full access to all the resources that the Coleman Library has. The hours are from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday to Thursday, and Friday and Saturday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., about 64 hours. There's a distance service librarian that is assigned to the Northwest Houston Center Library, and she provides one-on-one consultations in her office, classrooms, and the conference room. I think in the interest of time, I'm going to stop here and see if there are any questions. Thank you. These are some of the technologies that are available, will be available to any student at Prairie View A&M University and professor.
Thank you. Dr. Morgan?
Yes, does any of the doctoral proposal subcommittee members have additional comments? If not, I would like to invite the full LTAC membership to ask questions or comment.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I neglected to introduce my two colleagues who are here. Dr. Rahim Kazi and Dr. Brian Lee are here. So if there are any questions, they can help answer.
So I have a question about the library resources. Because this is a weekend intensive where they'll be on campus, can you talk me through the requirements to be on campus and the library hours? They didn't seem to overlap the whole time.
So the library is going to open almost 12 hours each of the weekdays. On weekends, it does close at 5 p.m., but the center is going to stay open. So as we make progress, we are going to expand the library hours.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
One question as a follow-up to that. So the librarian, the distance learning librarian that is on staff, are they only available during the week, or will they also be available during the weekend or possibly during these expanded hours?
They will be available in the expanded hours.
Okay.
And of course, as you know, that almost all of the resources in the library are now available online. So the students will have access to most of the resources of the class days. And
okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Let me add one point to that. So that particular facility, Northwest Houston Center, actually houses a lot of our graduate programs from the College of Business. So there's the MBA, MSA, Executive MBA. So those are also offered in the weekends. So the computer labs are open in the weekends, the library, security, pretty much all the facilities are available in the weekends. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Lofters, is this a branch campus or just a regional site? Because it's not the main campus, correct?
No, this is not a main campus. This is it is a location that has been recognized and has programs approved to be offered there. They did have one other center at a time beforehand, but now they're closing that center. And they have closed that center, and they're moving all their programs to this Northwest Center. It is not like, I was going back into the records, it's not recognized as a center yet, and I'm going to go back and clarify that with the institution, but it is an off-campus recognized site, with us, and it is inside the distance education portal where you can see the programs that are offered there.
So it's not a branch campus, but it is recognized just like in the Texas Medical Center, we have the School of Nursing, also part of Prairie View A&M University. So it's been developed as a mini center for graduate programs, and we have roughly 6 graduate programs there. A few undergraduate classes also offered there. I was actually managing the center for a couple of years. So there's an executive director that deals with it. It's a very nice facility, and I'd like to invite you to visit sometime if you are in Houston. And it just positions us very well with respect to the professionals, because there are many hospitals, there's a mall nearby. In fact, Northwest Houston has about 1 million residents. So it positions Prairie View very well with respect to that aspect.
Before opening for other questions, Charlene, I apologize, I didn't give you an opportunity as the director of the Center for Innovation there at Prairie View to say a few words if you'd like.
Sure, I'd definitely like to say some words. Definitely, we're very familiar with the Northwest Center. One of my staff members is out there located so that to ensure that the nursing campus and the Northwest campus have access to instructional designers directly, whether it's with the faculty developing online courses or with students who may need assistance. As far as the extended hours, we're doing the same thing we did with the main campus. They may not physically be there, but all of our instructional designers have cell phones, so that they can be reached at any time for any major issues. We support them with proctoring exams and online plagiarism and all of those things to make up for distance learning. But you can imagine those things are still used for face-to-face courses also. So we're excited for the College of Business to expand in this area. It's one that many of our students, right now, lots of our students who've left the university, they're looking to come back to Prairie View or to an HBCU to get their additional degree. And this is opening up opportunities for them as well as other students who aren't familiar with the rich history of Prairie View.
And one final question. So in reading it, the only other DBA in Texas is in Dallas. Is that correct?
So there's a DBA program offered by University of Dallas, which is a smaller private Catholic institution. But so Prairie View A&M University's DBA would be the first by a public university in Texas.
Okay.
Excellent. And it's the only DBA, I believe, in Houston. Oh.
Any questions from the LTAC committee?
Dr. Lee is here. Do you want to add something, Dr. Lee?
Yeah, okay.
Please go ahead. Dr. Lee, you want to add something?
Yeah, so I want to just emphasize here, the Prairie A&M DBA is the first, only one, the AACSB accredited public university DBA program.
So we'll have two directors, Dr. Branley and Dr. Rahim Kazi are both going to be co-directors of this program.
Any other questions? Dr. Morgan?
Dr. Louder, if there are no more questions, then I'd like to recommend approval for this proposal on behalf of the subcommittee.
Excellent. So LTAC members, we will move on to item 9 in our agenda, which is the consideration of recommendation for approval of the distance ed delivery of the Prairie View A&M proposed DBA in business administration. It's coming to us as a recommendation from the doctoral subcommittee. So I need a second and then we'll take a vote.
Dr. Louder, second.
Okay, Mark seconds. All those in favor of approving this proposal, please signify by raising your hand or raising the thumb in Zoom. Okay. Any opposed? Same sign. Okay, hearing none. So to our colleagues at Prairie View, this is exciting to offer the first DBA at a public school in Texas. Because I believe you said this is brand new, Dr. Lofters, this will go now to cause for a full review and board review, correct?
Correct, and I should have added another step in there. It has to have commission review, then go on to cause and to board. So yes, this is a brand new program, so we'll go to board for final approval.
Excellent. So our colleagues at Prairie View, someone from coordinating board will be in touch on next steps. We wish you the best on this program, especially because it's the first one in Texas, and we look forward to hearing about it in the future. You're welcome to stay on for the remainder of the meeting, but I'm sure you have other things, pressing things to get to, and so you can sign off if you'd like.
Thank you, Dr. Lauder. Thank you, the committee, LTAC. Appreciate it. Dr. Lofter, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on in the agenda, we now go to coordinating board updates. Before we do that, does anybody need a short break? I was seeing a couple of nods and a couple of but I think the nods are going to win out. So let us take let's say, what, 5-10 minute break, Dr. Lofters?
That would be fine. Yeah, whatever time you want to come back, we can put that up.
Let's take a 10-minute break. So we'll come back at 11:22. Members, I would recommend turning your video off while we go to break. Okay, I have 11:22, so we will come back from break. Dr. Luffers, I saw Dr. Silverman, but it looks like she dropped off.
She had another meeting.
Okay. Well, please apologize for me. I didn't let her say hello and welcome this morning. I didn't see her on the screen early. All right, continuing on in our agenda, we will go now to item 10, which are our coordinating board updates. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Lofters, Jessica Acton, and Dr. Torrey. Dr. Lofters, I think you're going first.
Well, really, I'm just going to be introducing my colleagues who will be presenting. And before I do that, I just wanted to just say thank you to Christina Kelly for all the organization that she's helped or that she's provided to assist in this meeting. Just wanted to say thank you. And she will also she's also underneath academic quality, so she won't be with the LTAC in the next spring. So you'll be in good hands. You'll have Amy Zandy that'll be helping you. So just want to say thank you to Christina. And our first item under updates is the state authorization reciprocity agreements. Sarah and I have my colleague, Jessica Acton. And I believe, Justin, we discussed this earlier, that she may have a slide. Do you, Jessica, that she might need to be a presenter?
Jessica, I believe you're co-host, so you should have the ability to share.
Okay. All right, can we all see?
Yes,
ma'am. Okay, great. Okay, well, I just have a few quick updates on Sarah for the LTAC. Okay. So the NC Sarah board met in October and they passed 6 modifications to the Sarah policy manual. These are all fairly minor modifications just to clarify definitions and references made throughout the manual. I did want to draw your attention to number 4 and 6 because those do impact institutions. Update number 4 added an additional reason that a state could put an institution on provisional Sarah status. And provisional status is for those institutions that don't meet the full participation requirements, or perhaps they are in violation or non-compliance with Sarah policies. So you can see highlighted in red that number 9 was added. The participating institution is in violation or non-compliance with Sarah policies. This was added as a catch-all for any violations that aren't already noted in the manual in numbers 1 through 8. And update number 6 officially added Sarah institutions into the policy feedback loop for Sarah. I know I've mentioned this previously, that the president of NC Sarah has been very keen on getting policy feedback from our participating institutions. So this really shows institutions where they can go to provide that feedback. So any feedback on Sarah policy can go straight to your Sarah portal entity director, which right now is myself. It can also be sent to the Sarah director for the regional compact, which for the SREB, that is Wanda Barker. It can also go to the regional Sarah steering committee, which that would, for the SREB, that would be filtered either through myself or Wanda Barker. Or institutions can make their policy recommendations straight to Lori Williams, the president of NC Sarah, or any of her staff. And contact information for any of these individuals is on the Sarah website, which is nc-sarah.org. Or you can always shoot me an email and I can get that contact information for you. So my final thing here, there are a few reports that are coming out from NC Sarah. The 2020 data report will be published later this year. That'll be published to the NC Sarah website, and they typically do send out an email notification for that. NC Sarah staff have also been working on a cost savings report. They've been working with institutions, both SARA participating and non, around the nation. And the preliminary results show that the cost can be 30 times higher for non-institutions seeking initial state authorizations and 12 times as much for annual renewals. So that I'm really excited about that report. Again, that'll come out early 2021, so be on the lookout for that. And the final one is the NC SARA student catalog. So for those of you that remember the SREB's electronic campus, that was ran by Mary Larson, who was SREB staff. Well, she's now with NC SARA, and she's been working on this student catalog, and it will mirror the electronic campus. It'll be an online searchable database where SARA institutions can enter their distance education course and program offerings, and that'll be available, searchable for the public, so students will be able to log in and see what programs are available across the country. That will be free for SARA participating institutions. Institutions will work directly with NC SARA staff, and they'll be updating that and verifying programs annually. So again, that'll come out hopefully spring 2021. So more information to come on that. And that was my incredibly brief update. There weren't many changes to the policy this past board meeting, which is fantastic. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. If you think of something later, my contact information is here. Just feel free to give me a call, shoot me an email. I'll be happy to answer anything.
Thank you, Jessica. Any questions? Okay, Dr. Lofters.
All right, hearing none. Our next THECB update is Dr. Carla Torrey with Open Educational Resources. And once again, Dr. Lauder, I believe that Dr. Torrey has a PowerPoint presentation.
Dr. Torrey, you should have presenter access.
I believe I do, yes. Okay. Well, hi, everybody. I'm going to give some OER updates, but I can't resist situating my OER updates in our new Division of Digital Learning, so bear with me. My presentation won't be quite as brief as Jessica's probably, but I'll move through it. So I think most of you know me. I'm Kyla Torrey. I'm the program director in now the new Division of Digital Learning, which I will talk about just briefly. And I have been doing work with all of the OER initiatives in Texas or the state level OER initiatives in Texas, which will now be a part of our new Division of Digital Learning. So the OER text repository, which we talked about last time, the OER grants that have been going on both at the state level and with the federal GEAR funding will be under the new division, as well as the Digital Learning Clearinghouse, which I believe I mentioned very briefly last time, which I'll talk a little bit about this time. And the idea of the new division is really just to support the good work that's being done in Texas around digital learning, and to foster a community of practice amongst institutions and help enhance quality and spread best practices. So we're really looking forward to it, and I'm sure if Michelle wants to jump in at any point, she's more than welcome to. Well, I'm going to start by talking about the state OER grant program. This is the one that began in 2018 with SB 810, and then we had another round that was just announced in October of 2020. So I think you all know that we awarded 15 grants in 2018 with state funding to help faculty adopt, redesign, or create courses using open educational resources. Those grants, the first report to the legislature is actually on our website now, so you're welcome to go out and look at some of the data. We in the first semester, students saved about $300,000 through this grant program, so it has some great impact. In October of this year, we gave an additional 20 grant awards. We redesigned the program a bit, so 6 of those awards were development grants. for creating new OER, and 14 were implementation grants for using existing OER and adapting it to courses, and they were all Texas core curriculum courses. We're also going to have a second landscape survey. So in 2018-19, we did a landscape survey of the OER world in Texas, adoption and use, in partnership with Digitex and the Institute for the Study of Knowledge Management and Education, or ISKME. We're going to be partnering with those two entities again to do a second landscape survey and report. The survey is scheduled at this point to be released in February or March. There will be information presented about it at the Open Texas Conference, which is March 11th and 12th of 2021. And I put the URL there for information about the conference if you're interested in that. And then the report for the second landscape survey is, at this point tentatively scheduled to be released in August or September of 2021. So we're really looking forward to seeing how the landscape has changed over the past year, and what's going on in Texas, especially considering what's happened with COVID and how much has changed in terms of digital learning at the institutions. We're looking forward to seeing how that's impacted OER adoption and use. OER Text Repository, which is our state repository for OER in higher education, which I presented to you all last time. We're engaged in ongoing research there, so or ongoing outreach rather. We're encouraging institutions to adopt OER that is existing in the repository, to suggest new collections if there are collections that are useful to them. Quite a few institutions have integrated the OER text site with their LMS, and if that's something your institution is interested in, I would encourage you to contact me about that. We have our grantees from the 2018 state grants are almost finished uploading their materials, and those will be collected or curated into a collection soon. So you'll be able to see the materials that they are using in their courses. And then other institutions are in the process of uploading materials that they've been using successfully as well. So that's pretty exciting. And then we're also engaged in a lot of webinars. There are a few institutions like Austin Community College, San Jacinto, who have already created hubs on the site, which is another way for your institution to really have a presence on the site and be able to collect resources in a way that makes sense to your faculty. So that's something else that if you're interested in that, please feel free to reach out. And a few institutions and departments at institutions, and they have created groups, which is sort of the social media aspect of the site where faculty can collaborate and collect resources and talk about how to use them in their courses. So we have webinars coming up, so keep an eye out for those. We announce them through GovDelivery and also on our website. So we'll be talking more about how to use OER text moving forward. And then we have our GEAR initiatives. There are a couple of different things that we're doing with the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Funds that we were awarded from Governor Abbott. Most of those funds, the $175 million, are going to direct student aid, but a portion are going to be used for online learning support, which includes OER grants, but also a digital learning clearinghouse, which I'll talk about just a little bit. The digital learning clearinghouse will be a website, but really a community for sharing best practices in digital learning and online teaching. It's something that we're going to be working closely with institutions to develop and make into a tool that can be used across the state to really share the good work that's been going on and expand quality online learning practices. There will be a grant program associated with that we're just in the very beginning stages of talking about, but in order to populate the website with with examples of effective online learning and other resources. There will be a grant program moving forward too. So that's really, we're in the beginning stages of talking about that, and I'm sure that we'll be coming to LTAC for some insight with that moving forward too. And then right now we have a second set of OER grants, which are federally funded through the GEAR funds that are open currently. These are matching grants for both public and independent institutions, which is new. The state grants are only open to public institutions. These GEAR grants are open to independent institutions as well. But the idea is basically the same as the state grants, that it would be funding faculty teams to either develop new OER for courses or else redesign OER or adapt OER to particular courses. We have expanded from the state grants the types of courses that we're looking at. So while we're still looking at the most frequently transferred Texas core curriculum courses, we are expanding that also to co-requisite courses and workforce courses within the workforce education course manual and high value fields. So we're really, all of the materials that are either developed or adopted under this grant program will be deposited into the OER text repository, and we're looking to expand the types of courses where you can find materials in that repository. So this grant is open right now, and the first round deadline was November 17th, so that has passed. We're scheduled to hopefully announce the awards for that round December 11th. That is our anticipated date, so that's coming up quickly. But there are 2 more rounds. So the second round deadline is December 15th, and the third round deadline is January 11th. And you can find all the RFA and the application forms, as well as other necessary documents on the website there, which is highered.texas.gov/OER-GEAR. And so I encourage your institution to apply. You can apply for multiple grants for multiple courses. So take a look, and if you have any questions about it, please feel free to contact me. And also we'll have, again, webinars moving forward. For these grants, we also have some technical assistance available. So we have partnered with OpenStax at Rice University, the Dana Center at the University of Texas at Austin, and also Dallas College to offer technical assistance to applicants and awardees of this OER grant program. So the applicant assistance looks like webinars. We're going to have some webinars with our technical assistance partners in early January. And then these partners will also be assisting the awardees of the grant program to build the most effective courses possible within these 3 categories of core curriculum, co-requisite, and workforce education courses. So that is about it. I put the OER text repository, if you want to take a look, is oertext.highered.texas.gov. There's the website for the GEAR grant program and the email address that's specific to that grant program. Or of course, you can always email me directly at my email address there. And I just want to say also that I've enjoyed working with LTAC, or at least presenting updates to LTAC over the past few years, and I'm looking forward to working with you all closer. And Andrew, don't think that you're getting away, because I'm going to need lots of help, I'm sure. So thank you all, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Dr. Torrey. Are there any questions from LTAC?
Dr. Lauder, while we're entertaining questions, one thing I do want to say, and definitely for this group in particular, is a lot of the work that the Division of Digital Learning is also focusing on is making sure that we can empower the support networks that exist on institutional campuses. And so a lot of our instructional designers, our librarians, the group that faculty development centers that are responsible for making sure that our faculty are supported during their transition are also going to be a focus of the division as a whole. And so while we're talking about OER grants and we're talking about the Digital Learning Clearinghouse, I want everybody in the room to understand we have not lost focus of the group that is really responsible for sustaining a lot of and making sure there's continuity at each other campus. So let's put everybody's worry at ease. There will be a lot of conversation as to what that looks like from the state level, making sure that we have the appropriate resources to partner and support all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. I have a question. Sorry, Kyla.
I apologize.
For the OER grants, so I know they're focused right now on core curriculum, focused on WECM courses, and things like that, which I think is all fine and good, and it helps, of course, with student debt and putting together open resources and stuff like that. But has there been, and this may be both to you and Dr. Singh, has there been any conversation about a round of grant funding for upper division coursework? If I think about costs of textbooks, you know, some of those upper division classes, especially I can think of in business and in like exercise sports science and kinesiology and other and biology, those books are, you know, $300, $400, $500 for some of these upper division classes. Many of those may be gatekeeper classes into like a business program or an engineering program or pre-physical therapy, things like that. They aren't necessarily at the core level, or they're not WECM. Has there been any talk about opening up a future grant for those type of courses? Because I think that is an area that we need some help in as well.
Yes, there has been some discussion. I think that you know, we sort of started with the lower division courses because they're high enrollment, they're transferable. It's sort of the biggest bang for your buck to begin with. And you know, it will depend on what happens with the legislature and everything else, but I think that it's a good point that, especially for some, you know, really high value fields like business or something, it would be, there's not as many OER materials available for those upper division courses. So, yeah.
Right. I had a conversation with a faculty member yesterday who teaches upper division courses, and they were saying, you know, if I taught a core class, I can go out there and find all sorts of OER for my core class. But for my particular class, it's a junior level course. They don't want students to have to buy, you know, a $300 or $400 book. So they have taken it upon themselves to go out and find what little they can and kind of cobble together OER. And in effect, it's not really, it's mostly journal articles and some things that they've drafted and stuff like that. But I think, you know, they were saying that the class they teach in motor delivery, I think is what they said, there's like a handful of programs in the state, but they all could reuse that same kind of content because all of them have to teach those classes. So I just think that's an area for the new division and hopefully the grants to think about, is that there's a population of courses that we could do, you know, a lot of work on, you know, that are not at the core level.
This is Vicki. I'd also like to comment that at the health science centers, I think that we have an opportunity to do some OER courses that would go across programs at different health science centers, physical therapy, clinical laboratory sciences, some of those. And I know that I had a group that was interested in this, but they weren't qualified because of the way the grant's written. So I would support it being open. Now, this would be more at the graduate level than the upper division, but still, I think there's a possibility there.
Yes, it is on our radar, so I want to assure you of that. But
so we've had over 1,000 attendees in the webinars that we've done across 3 webinars. So this topic is definitely something of importance for our community, but you are very much in line with the comments that we've received from several individuals that registered, and after having attended the webinar said a lot of the similar things. I don't qualify, I'm really interested. What we do is are going to plan some events so that even if you're not an awardee, you still have the opportunity for professional development and engagement, but we're going to try to see what type of incentives we can have put together after the fact once we go through the first few rounds of the grant and see what we can leverage, but 100% in alignment with what our community is saying as well.
Excellent. Other comments, questions for Kyla on OER?
question or comment. Dr. Troy, we've talked a lot about this in the subcommittees and stuff about how to promote this and how to get the word out. And one thing I don't recall.
Patrick, I think we're having an issue hearing you, if I'm not mistaken. I can sort of see it from others. I'm not sure if it's just me.
It's not, it's everybody. I had my microphone up, so let me try again. Dr. Troy, I know we've talked a lot about different ways to promote the OER text repository in our subcommittee meetings, in between our LTAC meetings, et cetera. One thing I don't recall if we have discussed or not is the ability to use social media for promoting that. And since we have this new division of digital learning, it seems like it might make sense to use some of those digital platforms like LinkedIn, which I know many of us are on, so that we can move beyond kind of the just official channels and the government delivery service that you use for email and your website, but push it out more organically through members like ourselves and through our social networks for professional work.
Yes, I don't want to speak for Michelle, but I think that's on our radar too. We're a division of digital learning, so we should be using digital media for sure. Yeah.
Fantastic. Great. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Okay. Hearing none, Kyla, thanks for, as always, thanks for your ongoing updates on these items, and we appreciate the work that you are doing on that, and Jessica, all the work you're doing with Sarah on behalf of Texas and distance and digital learning. We'll move on now to item 11 on our agenda, which is a conversation on THECB definitions and standards regarding distance education. Before turning it over to Dr. Singh to kind of update us, I want to say, no, this is not Groundhog Day, and yes, we are talking about it again. I know we had a committee a couple of years ago that did a lot of work on definitions, but as we see with COVID that has changed and impacted everything, you know, it's time again to kind of look at these things, and there's been some great discussion with coordinating board staff around the definitions and strategies and standards regarding distance ed. So with that, I'll ask Dr. Singh to kind of present for us. I think do you need to be a co-host? Are you presenting anything? Okay.
We're going to go 100% verbal on this one. It shouldn't take that long. So yes, to give you a little bit of historical context, as Dr. Lauder mentioned, this is a conversation that was an ongoing conversation for about, I want to say about 3 years now with the LTAC. Originally, the group was formed when the distance education portal originally occurred. And we had that one category of 100% online designation for courses, which was different than what the definitions were. We didn't have an actual definition that included 100% online. We had the 85 to 100. So in that conversation, in the spirit of that conversation, a group was formed to look at, did we need to address modifying the definitions as they stood at that time to reflect the work that was being put into the distance education portal and what the community was doing. In that conversation, we did some investigative work, tried to figure out what exactly was the role that LTAC had in modifying, in this case, Texas Administrative Code, because that in essence would be what is going to need to be modified for the divisions to be, the definitions to be updated. During that time, we were also actively engaged in redesigning the principles of good practice. And so there was a lot going on in making sure that we could map that document to regulatory authorities such as SAC, CRAC, and quality assurance standards like QM and OLC scorecard that, upon advisement from the coordinating board, we were told focus on one thing first, and then we'll really focus on the definitions. So we tabled that committee at that time, and we haven't revisited since. Fast forward to today, we need to make sure that those definitions are actually reflecting the work that we're all doing. And the conversation has come up. We all know different terms have been coined for different types of delivery during this pandemic. Some will be sustained after, some will not be engaged in after, but we have to find the definitions that best represent the work that we're doing and that the students are able to navigate well with. When we tell students you're taking a fully online class, several of us around the table have had this conversation. Our students say, but I have to go to campus, but I'm taking a fully online class. And how does that make sense? So those additional pieces of clarity sometimes interrupt the flow of a conversation with a student engaging in the digital medium. So we want to make sure that the definitions are very clearly articulated and actually demonstrate and are aligned to the work that's in practice. With all of that said, the ask is that we reactivate that task force group with some new members, because again, it was 3 years ago. And so a lot of the members that were on there are no longer on LTAC, but we're asking for interested parties within the group to please feel free to contact Dr. Torre or Dr. Lofters. I don't know where we're going to go on that one. I could say Amy, who's our new person. We're going to tell you who to contact if you're interested in serving on that task force group. In the respect of your time, we didn't want to open up that task force today because we understand there's a lot of important work that needs to be done on the already established task force groups. And so this will be a new one going into the spring 2021 semester. We will formalize it a little bit, set the charge up very clearly, and then get a group of probably about 5 to 7 together to really start that conversation and figure out where we go from here.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Any questions? I think if we can come up with a new definition of pivot, I'd be happy, because we've all used that to death. So it needs to be a new word. I think this is a great idea, and a number of you that are still here on LTAC probably remember that group. As Michelle said, it started 3 or so years ago, and then it's morphed, and then I believe it was Joshua Book from Texas State that chaired it until his term, ended on LTAC, and then the new PGP went into place, and so I think it's just kind of an ongoing conversation, and so we kind of look forward to that update. Procedurally, I don't know if this will be for Dr. Lofters or Dr. Singh or Dr. Torre, will this working group be seen as another one of our standing subcommittees with LTAC, or will this be kind of a separate group? Have you thought through that? And that may be a question more for council or others at coordinating board, I'm not sure.
For now, it's going to stay as a task force for LTAC. Once we better define the parameters of digital learning, what that division looks like, then we'll understand what governance groups fall under that area. But for now, we really want the conversation to be with the group that is actively living what these definitions should be. And so we want to keep it under LTAC at the time.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Okay. Our next item is item 12, which is a discussion of COVID responses from campuses. And instead of just having kind of an open kind of free-for-all, Dr. Torre, Patrick, and I, and others kind of talk through some guiding questions that may help us kind of frame a conversation. And what we're hoping to do is kind of get some additional information from you on your campuses and help with some informal gathering of some data for coordinating board as they think through, what has happened on the campuses due to COVID and things like that. So we've got just 4 guiding questions, and I'll just kind of start with the first one, and we'll go through all 4. And I think Kyla is going to take some notes, and please jump in at any point. And so the first one kind of we wanted to start with as a guiding question are, what kind of faculty training did you at your institution or institutions implement as you made this pivot to remote learning, and who was involved in those kind of trainings? Was that something that lived with your teaching and learning center? Was that with the Office of the Provost or VPA? Was that with distance learning or online learning, whatever you call it? So what kind of training did your institutions have and talk through for this pivot and prepare for this pivot both last spring and into this fall and probably into next spring.
I can go. I'm with Texas Women's University. We do have classes where we talk about how to use Canvas, that kind of thing, but we also have classes where we talk faculty through using Quality Matters to design classes. The problem is when we had to go online, it was overwhelming to our instructional designers. And so what we did is we paired up, I'm with Teaching and Learning with Technology. We paired up with our Center for Faculty Excellence, and we contracted with AQ and went through some of their summer courses. It was specifically geared toward designing online classes. We ran a cohort of 99 faculty through it over the summer, and we were really excited with the results. Many of our faculty, some of them had taught online, but it's been a while, but they got a lot of, they really focused on pedagogy. And so we were able to really focus on the technical aspects like Canvas and stuff like that and Zoom, but it helped a lot. But yes, it did cost.
I can go next. Oh, sorry.
Oh, what we did at Prairie View is something similar to what Linda was saying, but we didn't contract out. Unfortunately, we did it with our instructional designers, and we actually had faculty go through an ITO course and then which is Introduction to Teaching Online, and then a Getting Ready with Quality Matters, where they went through the process of understanding what the QM process is. And what was cool about it is this is something, as Michelle would say, Dr. Singh would say, this is something we've been wanting to do for years, but now we had the monies from the CARES Act, and we had the provost saying that all faculty had to go through it, which is a perfect storm. So we have over 411 faculty, and I think the carrot was $500 for faculty to complete it. So yes, it costs both in instructional designer, blood and sweat, and in finances.
So we already had our faculty e-learning academy that most of our faculty who were already teaching online had already gone through, because that is a requirement to teach online. And our faculty e-learning academy, it has several workshops, and we had already transitioned the academy fully online. So we have a platform, not in our LMS, but a separate training platform that our faculty had already started to access about maybe 2 semesters ago. And so the workshops that we already had there was our Canvas workshop. We also do a separate Canvas gradebook because we feel that the gradebook is really important. We do have them go through Quality Matters, and we had actually well over 100 faculty go through the APP QMR with Quality Matters. We also have the Respondus Lockdown Browser, all the different technologies that we use for the online environment. And we had, at this point, pretty much, I would say about 99% of our faculty have completed the Faculty e-Learning Academy. But we already had that developed. We didn't have to recreate anything from scratch. And so that helped us out quite a bit because we already had it good to go. And it's fully online. You know, everybody from home can access our platform. And so that worked out really well since, you know, at the time we were all just working from home. So that's what we did.
So I'll jump in and say from my school, e-learning and the Teaching and Learning Center are 2 separate offices, but both are under the office of the provost. And what we ended up doing is that e-learning developed classes and trainings. We started at an hour and we realized that was too long, and then we cut them to 30 minutes. We recorded all of them, did it either through Zoom or Collaborate. And so we focused more on the technology, course design, how to test, how to engage with your students. And then our Teaching and Learning Center spent a lot of time on pedagogy and helping faculty think about how to change from a face-to-face class to an online class. And so we did it as a kind of a partnership. We still have we ended up doing 2 different websites, one for students, one for faculty. And Kyla, for you, as you're taking notes, I'll put the faculty one in the chat. It also has recordings of all of the trainings that we did, all of the materials that we put together, and things like that. What we try to focus on and help our faculty and our students is that they were online, but they were still a Red Raider, and so everything was still Texas Tech. And so we kind of did it that way, and had lots of training. But I would echo that of my colleagues. It was a lot of, and I will throw in tears. It was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears on the instructional design faculty or instructional design staff. I am fortunate that we've got about 13 or 14 instructional designers and a couple of Blackboard support folks. But having them work with, the faculty that are used to teaching online, and then throwing in the 800 new ones that have never taught online, it was fairly overwhelming. Most of them worked 60 plus hours a week there in the beginning, and even into this semester, trying to work through all of that. I've had a number of them that when faculty have given exams, they have gotten up at 5 and 6 in the morning to make sure that they are available in case their problems. And I think, and I'm seeing nods from colleagues, I think we all probably have the staff that have done that. And so that's part of what we did, and that's how we kind of broke it up. One, the online learning group, and then the teaching and learning center did some stuff.
So I'll be the ugly stepsister and say ours was not that attractive. We're a pretty small department, and so I would say it was SLAM training. The faculty went through it in, well, kind of as we were ending spring and in summer. It was so successfully unsuccessful that now they all just went from 0 to the highest level of technology you can use, which has created a whole new set of issues. And so we're trying to dial them back, and remind them about the end user, and does every test really need, a camera, a lockdown browser, and an armed guard, or could we do some other things? So we're still learning. I wish I could say that it was as pretty as what Charlene did, but I cannot. We developed as much online stuff as we could, lots of help aids. Took me way back to my PhD work in technical training, where, instead of a job aid hanging from a machine, we were just sending them on email as quickly as we could. So lots of lessons learned, and the next pandemic we'll do it a little differently.
This is Vicki at UTMB. I could comment a little bit on the School of Health Professions and a little bit less with the institution, because I'm in the school. I know we do not have a centralized technology center. Each school has sort of their own. A School of Nursing probably is the most robust, that has a multimedia center. So what we did in the school is I basically put together every week a lunch and learn for the faculty, and came up with different topics to help them in terms of presenting their courses online. But otherwise, the faculty basically worked on their own to do their own design of their courses. I think the good piece is that each of our programs had already had some online classes, so other faculty helped the faculty that hadn't done it. But Pam, I can't say it was totally ugly like yours, but I can tell you that the faculty were pretty stressed with it. And so we really supported each other. And we did call on School of Nursing. We called on we have an LTAC center in the library that sort of supports the Blackboard. We called on them to help give some sessions at our lunch and learns. And so really what we did was we all sort of pulled together to help each other. But I wish we had a technology center that could have really worked with our faculty more, because I think that would be really useful.
In the case of TCC, let me just share this screen really quick, simply because I was presenting earlier this week, and pardon for the title in Spanish, but if you can see the right side, these are all the topics that we were able to provide to our faculty as the online campus. We went way up in the Billboard charts of being the most loved department or area in the college. I'm just putting it lightly because there are other ways to say it. Okay, but what we were able to do is certainly release pretty much everything that we have developed for the online campus, from training to instructional design to peer developed courses. Remember, this happened in the 6th, 7th week, and not everybody is willing to create maybe one lesson or 1 week at that fast pace. So we even made available over 35 peer developed courses, and peer develop is our local name for master courses. So we released those with the intention for faculty and those in need to use that information really quick. This particular, and again, the title here in Spanish, because I was presenting in Guadalajara earlier this week. So these are all the topics we covered during the summer term. You see at the left the number of sessions, you see at the center the title of the session and the participants. I removed the names of those that delivered the sessions, but as I think Justin mentioned and others, we leverage our online faculty, the one that is dedicated to Connect Campus, as call it faculty mentors, call it lead faculty, just colleagues providing hand-holding. So, you see the number at the bottom on, that's not the number of faculty we have, but is the number of iterations we engage with faculty. So again, I just wanted to mention that the other thing that the online campus did early on was that I had to put together a quick ERT, emergency remote teaching versus online lecture, if I can say it that way, to the cabinet, my fellow president, campus presidents, the chancellor, vice chancellors, because one of the elements, and this is back to what Michelle said, we have been doing this for a long time and we wanted much of this, but I guess I can say that it was a little polluted because people choose the word online as a big umbrella, and there is a big difference between ERT and online, okay? And that was my role, to create that awareness, to clarify the situation. And we did that March 30th, if I'm not mistaken, in my PowerPoint. So like I said, the online campus did a lot of things to support faculty face-to-face during this particular pandemic. And the other thing is academic continuity planning. I remember the conversations the first couple of days, and Tarrant put together an academic continuity plan. We were lucky that I was able to secure the approval in August, and then 4 or 5 months later, the pandemic hit. So that set some foundation for us to do this work. So just wanted to share that.
Okay, Mark and then Joyce.
I wanted to just kind of echo what Carlos was saying, in that we did a lot of the same things. Of course, we set up some workshops, some of the master courses. A couple of the other things that my institution did that seemed to help substantially was beyond just the workshops and sessions. We actually did create courses in our learning management system for faculty that were based on the content of those workshop sessions, so that they would always have a place to return to following that. And then we also introduced introduced additional kind of ancillary media pieces. One of them was we started a podcast where we would have different members from our organization talk about accessibility and things like that, so that faculty could have something to listen to while maybe they were working on things, and have that additional piece. And the other element that we utilized that helped us kind of answer some of those questions after hours was we did implement a lightweight chatbot that was capable of scraping web data from frequently asked questions sites dedicated to the software and technologies we were using, along with some of our own grown frequently asked questions pieces. And what that allowed us to do was in Canvas, we deployed the chatbot. And if a faculty member was working in Zoom or Teams and forgot how to do X, Y, or Z, there were pre-built questions that they could just click on in the chatbot and would provide them with additional details. So they weren't having to do web searches. They weren't having to go to a repository and try and find that piece. They could literally navigate based on the technology they were using and get the frequently asked questions around that.
Okay, at Blend, we did a lot with a little. We have 2 instructional designers, and they created some online training. One of the most important things they did was they created a template that could be loaded into each of our courses, new courses, as they were created. We brought back one of our retired instructional designers, and she ran a blended workshop this summer 3 times over. We trained about 80 people there. We were already a Quality Matters school, so we had about 350 to 400 faculty who had either done APPQMR or IYOC. So we had a group of faculty that were very well prepared and called on them a lot to do a number of workshops. So, and one of the things we've done this fall is our academic technology people have hosted Friday afternoon sessions so that people can come in and work with people with the academic technology specialists on how to use Zoom effectively, get their questions answered in a hands-on environment.
I can tell a little bit about our experience at Houston Community College. We have a very large student body and had more than 2,500 faculty. So we needed a really comprehensive response when COVID finally hit. Fortunately, we extended our spring break at HCC an additional week, and that really gave us time to mobilize. So we started off with kind of a crash course, if you like, an online primer for our faculty to help them with their transition. And then we also paired experienced online faculty with new online faculty at this point in kind of a mentorship approach. And they continued on with the faculty throughout. In addition to that, we had a couple other activities going on. So our institution's leadership decided on what they called next learning modalities. So we had 4 new kind of modalities, newish modalities to introduce to the faculty. So we had a series of corresponding courses offered through our COTLE that were really kind of primers and introduced those classes or those modalities to our faculty. And then fortunately, our Vice Chancellor of Instructional Services, our CAO, she actually required our online certification process that we have for all our online faculty as part of kind of an institution-wide preparedness. So all of our faculty were expected to participate in that program, and that's still an ongoing initiative for us. But as of this point, we have nearly 65% of our faculty and nearly 80% of our full-time faculty that are now online certified. So they've gone through that entire process in the mix. So, and then also in addition to that, we had a couple of other grassroots efforts that kind of sparked up that were extremely helpful as well. We had a group of our experienced faculty kind of pull together and create kind of an online chat sort of scenario through our video system. So they had real-time kind of meetings with other faculty to kind of share experiences and kind of talk back and forth. So that was extremely helpful. And our IT team also helped out a lot by providing kind of more technology-focused things. And then last but not least, we have centers for learning innovation that are regional and kind of work across all of our campuses. I was able to leverage that staff to set up a call center, which was extremely helpful because we do have our online tech support line that's external to our IT team. that works with us, but they were really inundated, as you could imagine, with so many students and faculty in the mix, especially initially. So we set up a secondary call center that was more for pedagogical questions, kind of basic Canvas questions, etc. And that was also really helpful and continues to be utilized pretty heavily by our faculty as we go out. And then, as many mentioned, we did things like, websites and so forth as well, which were really helpful as well. So, I don't think there's any one good solution to kind of address everything, but having this combination of things has really kind of helped fill in the gaps for us.
Excellent. Thanks, Tim. Patrick?
Yeah, I wanted to share something that I was asked to put together by our vice president for our chancellor to kind of look systemically at our response to the pandemic, because it does spread so far beyond the instructional piece of things. And so I'm going to actually share my entire screen here and pull that document up. So this ended up being like a 21-page report and cross-divisional input on it. And one of the things that I might highlight, that if you haven't read this article by the Brookings Institute, Why the Move to Online Instruction Won't Reduce College Costs, this was a good source for helping make the case of how to spend the CARE funds at UNT, and just the knowledge that this was an expensive proposition. So here's kind of the areas that participated in this. I'm going to jump just to the area that we're talking about right now, which is the instructional piece of it and what we did there. We created additional training courses. We trained over 601 instructors as of September 2020 to deliver remotely, and we provided templates for almost 6,000 courses that allowed them very quickly to go in with a preset structure and customize it for delivering their remote course. We also developed comprehensive websites for Teach Anywhere and Learn Anywhere for faculty and students respectively. And I'm going to pull those up quickly. And I don't oversee CLEAR, the unit that does the instructional design work and course development and faculty support at this point. I'm in another group called Digital Growth that helps us promote and grow online programs and enrollment in them. And we have the person who did the web design and assembled all of this information for these websites. So this is the student-focused one, Learn Anywhere, with modules and little tiles, kind of a Netflix approach to helping faculty. And this is actually one of our student assistants in Digital Growth, who is a junior, and provided some tips for students on how to be successful. And she's continued to update that. Now has a blog around being a successful online student. And then this is our Teach Anywhere resource, which also is tile-based, and wanted to consolidate all of the things that faculty might need to be successful in one place, from the tools to academic integrity and how to do that in an online scenario. There's a syllabus template here. So really a lot of work into getting all the resources in one place, since faculty are far and beyond, and bring those together for them.
Thank you, Patrick. I know we've got a couple of folks that have to leave for some phone calls and things, so please jump off and then jump back on when you need to. I want to move to the next question. I'm going to ask it a little differently. We wanted to talk through quality review measures, and I heard a lot of folks talk about QM. So I heard that through there. Texas Tech, actually, we went away from QM and we now use the Oscar rubric from SUNY. And so that's what we've started using, and however, we didn't require faculty to review their courses with it. We will do the review, but I just don't have the staffing to do all of that. Does anybody use something other than QM or Oscar? Does somebody have an internally designed rubric or process? Anything that's not one of those two big areas?
Justin, this is Ruth from SHSU Online.
Yeah, Ruth, please go.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, we developed our own rubric, which was informed by Quality Matters and Chino Hill and the Oscar rubric. Prior to my time at SAM, they had given Quality Matters a whirl, but they had a very difficult time with the rollout and the implementation and the time commitment from faculty, particularly with the peer review. So, you know, adoption was very, very low. So what we decided to do was to develop our own in-house rubric. We created a small committee. They did a lot of research to cull best practices that, you know, they also felt were more particularized to SHSU online programs. We had the rubric that was vetted by faculty members, and it has undergone a couple of iterations with input from deans, with input from online students, but that is what we use now. So it has become the sort of the guiding contract, if you will, for the development of online courses. And then it also has become our evaluation, our online course evaluation instrument. And we have two versions of that evaluation instrument. One is designed to be completed by an external reviewer or an instructional designer, and it's designed to provide feedback on exemplary practice or whether something is in progress or you need some kind of improvement. But we've also designed it as a peer review so that if an instructor wants to submit his or her course to one of their peers, the instrument can also be used as as peer-to-peer feedback.
And Ruth, is that instrument available for others to look at, or is that behind a secure?
No, we can share it, and I will put the link in the chat in just a few moments. And I want to say that this instrument is applied to 100% of all online courses at SHSU. So adoption has been, better than expected.
Excellent, thank you. Anybody else use something other than Chico or QM or Oscar?
Yeah, Dr. Lardo, this is
okay.
Go ahead, Ken.
Oh, thank you. We developed our own in-house product as well back in that's been well over 10 years ago when I first came into this job. We decided we needed some way just to basically use best practices, enforce best practices on designing the courses. And so we kind of went to school on Quality Matters and looked at what they had, but we designed our own rubric, and then basically it worked out pretty well. Faculty were very, I think, were very engaged. They wanted to use it, and so as we developed our training in order to teach faculty that, then our policy basically was that you needed to take, obviously you weren't going to teach a course online until it had gone through what we just called our certification process. And so we used the rubric, and it really was a peer review kind of thing. We recruited faculty, and we were actually able to pay them and to do the kind of the certification of these courses. And we worked in teams of 2 to 4 faculty, and we're able to really certify a lot of classes. And at the very beginning of this, we were actually able to pay faculty to get their courses certified. And of course, that was the best of all worlds because it was a real motivational factor. And we would usually just pay we ended up paying the first faculty member that got their course certified, so we didn't have to pay for duplicates. But we also began the process of encouraging departments when a new faculty certified or went through our certification training and then needed course material, then oftentimes there would be a certified course that was available already, and that faculty could take a copy of that course and then begin to make it their own, and they would take that through the certification process, which really made that a much more efficient process for us. And so that's really worked. That's really worked well for us. We've developed the problem with certification training, and I'll bet you guys have had this same problem, and maybe you've got some unique ways of solving it. But what about those faculty that you hire in August, and for some reason a department chair wants to put them in an online class? And so what do you do in a situation like that? And one of the things that we developed that also really helped us back in preparing inadvertently for COVID was we just developed a short course that we just called Canvas Training for, face-to-face classes. And it really was, we call it that, but what it really was kind of an intake course that was fast and take about 6 hours to complete. And it gave faculty the skills they needed to really get a semester started. And it was mainly for face-to-face faculty because we went live with the Canvas gradebook as our official kind of gradebook of record. And so we really needed to train those face-to-face faculty in Canvas. But what really worked out well is we also gave those face-to-face faculty some skills in using Canvas, you know, as an ancillary, you know, part of their course. And so that course became kind of an intake course for us when a faculty member was hired and they were not ready for for teaching online. We were able to put them through that course to let them start the semester without making a total disaster of it. And then we'd put them into our online faculty certification course during that semester. And then by the 8th week of the semester, they were certified and that course became theirs and they had full teacher access to it and they were good to go. So that's worked out really well for us. And that intake course that we developed, that came in very handy for us because when COVID hit, most of our faculty had already been through it. So these face-to-face faculty that we're going to need to move to Canvas at least have the skills, you know, to make that. And as we started helping them with kind of some information we developed to help them kind of take their face-to-face course into a remote instruction format, they were ready for that and they were able to do that. And then we had a lot of trained faculty at that point that became mentors for them, and that really worked well for us as well. So that whole process kind of inadvertently prepared us a little bit better for COVID than we would have been otherwise.
Thank you, Ken. Daniel.
Yeah, so at Alvin, I've only been there, well, actually not only, I've been there about 2 years in January. And so what they had adopted there was the Blackboard Exemplary Course Program rubric. And so that typically is not an in-house certification. So what that typically involves is the course being sent to Blackboard and them certifying it. What Alvin did is that they used that same process as their in-house certification process. And so that was adopted prior to my arrival in January 2019. That's just what they had been using. One of the things I found out is that once I started delving into some of the reviews that had been done and resuming that certification process because it had just abruptly stopped for some reason. But a lot of what I found out is that our peer reviewers, which is our DE committee members, which are all teaching faculty, they had not been trained on how to use the evaluation instrument and how to provide feedback. So the rollout of their certification process was not pretty at all. So right now, what I'm going through is rebuilding that process. We're going to likely move away from the Blackboard rubric. It's not the most, they're not the most rigorous standards, but there's not a lot of training around it in terms of the way QM having. I mean, QM's intense, but they at least offer training. Blackboard really doesn't offer a lot of training. So we're going to go through that process of trying to figure out if we're going to keep Blackboard, which we're probably not going to use. And I think we're going to likely, if our committee approves it and if our VP of instruction approves it, I want to move to a more in-house custom rubric approach. I know when I was previously at HCC, I mean, they heavily use Quality Matters, but even they have their own in-house rubric, but they use it to certify online face-to-face and hybrid courses, so that they've adapted theirs. So I want to do something like that similar at Alvin, but we have a lot of, I will say we have a lot of work to do on our end. Our distance ed department is only comprised of myself, a director, and a coordinator. We don't have instructional designers right now. We don't even have one. And so luckily, I don't want to say luckily, but I think that everything that's happened with COVID, and I think a lot of the pushback our administration is getting right now, in that we really don't see the logic and why we don't have an instructional designer, because we heavily need one right now. And so I think this is going to give me a lot of what I need to get the staffing I need, because between two people, I handle the administrative work, but we also have to handle the technical side in terms of faculty and students. So, well, of course, with COVID, that's primarily all we're really doing. So course design, unfortunately, is getting put to the back, and it's just a matter right now of just putting things online. But we don't have a lot of tools right now in terms of quality course design, which we really, really need. But again, that's kind of what they've been using. But again, I'm not crazy about it, and I'm likely going to recommend to move away from that model to a more custom approach, like a lot of other people have talked about. I I think that's going to probably work best for us.
Excellent. So in the interest of time, I want to move to one of the next questions and just kind of open up, and we'll spend a little bit of time on it. What information did your institution gather about student experiences? And has that informed anything?
This is Charlene again. Our institution did several surveys, one from the point of view of ITS, our IT department, another from academic affairs, another from our department, basically distance learning or Center for Instructional Innovation. And some of the surveys went to faculty, some went to students, but the one specifically for students, we determined and found out that they were still very frustrated in, they felt as if there was a lack of support in some of the areas. Basically, they didn't get what they need as quickly as they would have wanted. Now, we know on the back end that, we had a few instructional designers supporting not just online courses, but the entire campus. But that was mostly what the surveys were presented or showed us, that even though we've done our best to cover and make sure everybody was great, there were still students frustrated. Some of their frustrations were particularly not necessarily with technology, but with the lack of training of faculty. They are in several courses where they know this faculty knows what they're doing and this faculty doesn't. And it was very clear to those students the lack thereof, which is what promoted our campus to the provost got to the point of, requiring that all faculty go through this, QM training and all of that stuff. But I would say that's where we definitely did the surveys and continuing to do them. We're in the middle of a SACS year. That may be why we're encouraging it. But anyway, it's something I know we should do all the time, but that forces us to kind of reevaluate this. How are we doing? And then how can we quickly make changes for our faculty?
So this is Elizabeth again from Laredo College. We also put out a survey at the end of the spring 2020 semester to gauge how students felt with the transition. And we also heard a lot, that they felt isolated. They also felt that their faculty members didn't really understand the online environment. And so one of the things that our provost decided to do in light of the comments from the students was to create a student engagement committee with faculty. We also had a lot of lead faculty that, they took the lead and they worked as mentors for faculty who had never taught online. We're just putting that committee together. We haven't actively started it, but due to the responses that we received from students, we felt it was important to put together a committee to help faculty understand what it means to engage students in the online environment, because I think that was part of the problem. We helped them transition all of the content online, but then now what do you do, right? And so in order to help our faculty with that, because we don't know how long we're going to be in this situation. And so that's part of what the response from the institution to help faculty understand what it means to engage a student by putting a committee together. So we already have the folks that are going to be part of that committee. My department, I'm with the e-learning department, and we handle all of our online learning. And I've got 2 instructional designers, well, one vacancy because one of the ladies left, but I was also given 6 employees from a different department that had to close down because of COVID. And so I've got 2 of those folks serving as instructional designers, and then 3 of them as technical support, right? Because we're now helping the entire institution, right? It's not just the online faculty, it's all faculty. But our hope is that through the committee for student engagement, that we can get better
at making sure that our faculty understand what it means to engage the student in the online environment.
At our school, we did do a survey. Our assessment office had done a survey with faculty to see what their comments were. Many of them had expressed a bunch of frustration in initially moving online, and they actually had some really nice things to say about my department, which I was really happy to hear. But yeah, it was a big change for them. As far as students, our Office of Institutional Research had used a survey instrument that Hanover Research was promoting for COVID, and we ran that with our students. Actually, we were really pleased. It asked a lot of questions. It wanted to know things like how concerned were they about, safety measures on campus. What we found out is our students are concerned about coming to campus, and they were really interested in what kind of measures we were taking to protect them when they were in class. But they also indicated a really high level of satisfaction with our ability to move online. So with the faculty and their classes. So again, we were really pleased to hear that. They had some interesting suggestions for us. And so we're trying to see what we can do about incorporating a lot of them. They wanted a bit more training and stuff like that. So we had resources for students, but I'm trying to go back and put a lot more, that kind of thing. So it turned out to be good. The other thing we're going to be doing in the spring is, if you're familiar with EDUCAUSE, the eCar Center runs a faculty survey every other year. They determined not to do it. It's a long survey. They determined not to do it this year, which it was scheduled originally. But I did get permission to use that instrument, and we're kind of modifying it. But I want to do a longer survey with our faculty to see what kind of technologies are they using, what are they wanting, what kind of equipment do they have at home. We did this survey with them 2 years ago, and I'd like to compare it, pre-COVID versus COVID.
So I'm going to ask our student rep if they would jump in here, because I think it's important to hear a student perspective. And then after that, Daniel, if you'll go from Alvin.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Louder. So this is from the perspective of not only myself, but also, I am in close networks with a lot of other students who were in online only programs or who were in face-to-face programs that transitioned suddenly to online only programs. So I just want to make sure that this is not just my student experience that I'm representing. I think all of us, to some degree, as students, received surveys about whether we felt that we were prepared to engage in online learning from the technology perspective. At multiple points throughout the pandemic. I don't know that they were very robust. They were kind of very at the base level. And I don't know that that was necessarily a negative thing. I know the response was kind of emerging and just very reactionary. So I think from my perspective as a student, the institutions seemed to be trying to collect as much data as possible, as quickly as they could, and trying to incorporate it into their responses as possible. The one thing that I did notice that I think I was a little disappointed with as a student was the suspension of course evaluations that has persisted. And I know that not all institutions did that. And I know that it in particular, and I'm sensitive to this as an educator as well, that institutions suspended the course evaluations of instructors. So not to damage the face-to-face instructors who had to undergo a really rapid transition and be negatively impacted by circumstances outside of their control. However, I think there was a missed opportunity to collect data about what the impact on the student experience was, even if the institution didn't use it for faculty evaluations. And as a student who was already on a completely online program, my instructional experience didn't really change any, or not significantly, I should say. So it was rough that the course evaluations, which are normally the main way that I can give feedback on my experience as a student, were eliminated when technically speaking, the COVID transition didn't really impact my program, except in the general way that we were all impacted. And so those were kind of like the two things. I think if your institution is not implementing course evaluations, I definitely don't recommend using them to evaluate faculty given the circumstances, but I think collecting that data would be really useful.
Daniel, and then after Daniel, we'll go to Michelle.
Okay, yeah, so so our institutional research department did several surveys throughout this entire process. And so two things actually came out of our survey. So we're located in a more rural location of Texas. So we already knew that a lot of our students didn't have access to high-speed internet and compatible devices. We just weren't aware of the number. And I think those surveys really brought forth a number of our students in terms of, wow, we have a lot of students that really are not, do not have access to reliable high-speed internet, do not have compatible devices. So we had to make a major investment in laptop loaners, hotspots, burner phones. I mean, we've had some, but we've never had to purchase this many and be in such short supply all the time of them. So we've had to make a major investment in that. The other thing that we've had to, that those surveys really brought out for our students is that, I mean, it's kind of a, again, silver lining a little bit for my department. I shouldn't say that, but I mean, because we don't have a lot of classes online, 10% of our classes are online. That's pretty much it. So when this happened, we had a lot of pushback from our students in terms of, I want to be face-to-face, or can we incorporate some face-to-face? So we had to do a lot of marketing campaigns, a lot of things with just to get the word out in terms of, you know, we really don't have a choice. This is the modality we have to switch to. And because of that, we also started to get complaints, again, just like a lot of other everybody's talking about here, a lot of people are talking about in terms of our instructors not being prepared, because again, because we only have 10% of our courses online, that meant 90% of our instructors were probably not using Blackboard in a robust way. So even as recently as this past summer, we still had some instructors who were teaching a remote learning class, but had absolutely nothing in their course shells. And so that's brought forth a lot of emphasis from our VP of instruction, which I think was really needed, because me telling people, you really need to get this training. Here's a basics training we created that'll give you just the very basics of what you need to do in Blackboard for your remote learning classes. Coming from me versus a VP of instruction is completely different, or from a provost is completely different. So I think the training aspect for our faculty has been expanded, but this has brought a lot of issues to light for us in terms of investment that we need to make. We had to switch online proctoring services because Respondus Lockdown Browser isn't compatible with Chromebooks. And we have a large dual enrollment population who the districts check them out Chromebooks. So we had to make that change in the middle of summer, which was not easy. So it brought forth a lot of issues that I think really needed to come to the surface. And I think our campuses really our administration's really starting to see in that, wow, we really need to make an investment in distance education, because even now, like probably a lot of you are experiencing, we're having overages in terms of storage in Blackboard, overages in terms of users for our online proctoring systems, overages in terms of our ShareStream service, which is similar to Kaltura. We're going to hit our limit on that too. So they're having to make a lot of investments that they haven't had to. And I think it was just really needed, but it's brought a lot of things to light for us, which again is good and bad.
Thank you, Daniel.
Dr. Lauder, if I may interject.
Actually, Michelle is up next, and then I'll circle back to you, and then we'll go to the next discussion question, sure. The last one.
Hi. At University of Houston Clear Lake, we have done surveys for our students. We've put them out there. Mostly what they have said, and it was really trying to figure out what their preference was, if they were comfortable with the online setting. In spring, it did not go particularly well in some courses, but those were the courses where those particular faculty have not had to teach online before. So they really didn't have a clear grasp of how to go about it. For me as an instructor, it was not an issue because I've taught online for so many years. For my students, it was fine. But for those students who had to go through it for the first time with an instructor who's gone through it for the first time, it was very difficult. And they said they would prefer to have the in-class go on again. I have adjunct faculty that I hire for some of our pre-service teacher courses. And we did some experimental stuff last semester in the spring and again now. And basically we have them do a bimodal type setting. So you can have so many people in a room and be there and the others are online. And there's been mixed feelings about that, whether they like it or not. Some thought they might want to come to campus. And then after they started, they said, oh no, I want to do it online instead and not actually come to campus because safety is an issue to them. But overall course evaluations, we did choose to go ahead and put course evaluations out for students. So we are collecting that data last semester as well as this semester. But with the understanding that those faculty going up for promotion and tenure, it's not going to affect them, especially those who've never taught online before. And, you know, we know that there's probably going to be some negative that comes out of it, but the hope is to at least see where students are at and what they're thinking and how we can better serve them and help faculty with teaching online.
Excellent. Thanks, Michelle. Carlos, and then we'll go to the last question for this discussion.
Sure. Just really quick, and this is, again, because we were presenting earlier this week, this is old from March, but it only captures the how active faculty and students and the response was during the early stages, you know, bustling and just trying to know what to do, if you will, in terms of some of our colleagues. So we were able to capture this. This is just raw data from Blackboard during 30 days. So this has assisted us in terms of refining and, you know, finding ways to improve this process. The college also did a digital readiness survey to faculty and students, and you know, sometimes the figures are, one thing is the perception, the other thing is the rumor mill, and the other thing, of course, is the data of those that participate. But in terms of digital readiness, about 75% of our students said that they were prepared to take an online course. And be mindful that online is, the misnomer is a remote emergency class. Faculty responded the same question, of course, on the teaching side at an 80% of being ready. In terms of continuity, switching from face-to-face to remote, 84% of our students say that they were able to do that relatively easy, and 83% of our faculty were able to do that. I saw another survey that pointed at 92% of the students having access. And access was kind of a hotspot, or meaning internet, and some sort of a device, okay? Computer, phone, tablet. Again, the screen size was not a question in that survey. So again, that information allow us to you know, tailor better the response, those type of things. The end of course evaluations continued. I wasn't aware of anything that was kind of special or any special provisions or considerations for the spring semester, but that's what Tarrant did. And of course, as the online campus for the college, we use the same instruments. Sometimes that's good, sometimes that's, you know, an area of opportunity, But this is what we did during those times in terms of survey and capturing where people and the different stakeholders were.
So thank you all. So there's one other question that we want to discuss, but I'm also looking at time, trying to because we still have a number of items on our agenda. So the final question, and I'll ask Kyla if it's okay. I'll just ask you to think about an email, either myself or Patrick or Kyla. So the final question is really probably, although this has all been a great discussion, the final one is kind of a biggie. And that is, what elements and changes have you done that might be sustained in the future? And so I think, because I think that's a big question for us. What I'd ask if it's Kyla, if you're okay with it, ask you just think about it and then send in a couple of comments or things like that. Kyla, will that work for you and your notes and all of that?
That's great. I'll put my email in the chat so everybody has it.
Okay, perfect. So then for the final discussion, and like I said, I will put that in the chat, and we'll get that emailed out to and then Kyla's email's in there for everybody. Please, when you send in your response, either CC myself or Patrick and that, just so we see what's going on as well. So it is almost 1 o'clock, and we still have a number of items on the agenda, and we're scheduled only till 2:30. So if it's okay, we'll just kind of power through and then work through the next couple of things. Our next item is the breakout for our work groups and working sessions. We have a number of work groups, but due to everything going on, the 15-mile one, I don't think we need to meet, because I think that may change based on some of the work that the working group for definitions might have. However, the survey group has to meet because we need to finalize all of that, and there's been a number of discussions there. Patrick, Andrew, how do we want to manage this at this point? Because I know not everybody signed up for a breakout session today, and not all the groups need to meet.
If I may, I mean, I know that the distance ed doctoral committee has done their work already today, so they won't be signing up for any group at all. I know that, Patrick, you already had a group from last time that had already met to talk about the survey during the last meeting. I'm not sure if those are the same ones that would participate in your group today.
There are, and I sent an email out before, or actually during our session today, with the information that needs to be discussed with those individuals who had participated in those subsequent meetings to refine the survey that then came to data collection for review. So if you got that email, then you were one of those people who were involved in that refinement and revision period between our last meeting and this one. And I copied you, Andrew, of course, and Justin and Michelle on it.
And I know that the inclusive access, they had met outside of the LTAC meeting, and they had some documents that they were reviewing and we're going to talk about today. So I know that that group probably, Daniel, I'm looking at you, would probably want to meet during this breakout session today.
Yeah, correct. So by now we should have all reviewed those resources. So we were going to talk about what our findings were, so that we could figure out what our next step was with the with the current project we have going on.
Okay.
And
so
keeping in mind, Dr. Lofters, that I'd be happy to have additional people participate in my breakout group, as I'm sure that Daniel would too. But we need to keep in mind that if we have more than, I think the number was 10,
yes,
that has to become a public meeting. Then it's you reach a quorum, and then we've got to have that in open access time.
So I would probably, I know that there are some that were maybe were in another, like the 50-mile radius group, since you're not meeting, and if you're not interested in the other two, maybe you might not need to sign up this time because of that number limitation. But it's at your pleasure, Dr. Ladder, whatever.
Okay. Since not everybody signed up, I don't have working groups predefined because I didn't have all the lists. So I know the survey group and a couple of folks have left. So Daniel, do you have a list of who's on yours, or that you can IM me real fast or tell me in the general thing so I can make sure we get everybody? So I'm just going to tell you, it may take me a second to get everybody in the right room. So just bear with me there. Now, Patrick and Andrew, it is 12:56. Do you want to come back? Do we want an hour, 45 minutes, 30 minutes? What do you want?
You just need enough time to have reports from your work groups. So it is now, you said 12:56, so you might as well say 1 o'clock. So it's 1 o'clock. You want to have at least, I would say, 30 minutes in order to, does that sound reasonable, to go through the work group reports and then talk about what do you want to have on the next meeting?
Linda's shaking her head.
Well, you said to come back at 1. I'm sorry, that's only 3 minutes away.
Oh, no. I was saying it is almost 1. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so come back at 2.
I think that would probably be a good idea.
Okay, we will come back at 2. Like I said, it'll take me a minute. So if y'all go into the wrong rooms, I'll move you around and we'll get it to work. So we will adjourn until 2 o'clock and come back then.
And Justin, do you want to allow any time for restroom break, et cetera, before we convene in the breakout rooms?
Yeah, we're gonna have to
needs
do that.
To grab a sandwich or anything?
In that hour, yeah, let's grab sandwiches and all that, and we'll work through it.
There's someone on the meeting that is a phone dial-in. I just want to make sure that I can find out who that is, unless I don't have it on my list.
It's Pam. I had to change location since the meeting was running a little bit long.
Oh,
so I just
right.
up on the computer and called in on the phone.
Gotcha, Pam. Thank you.
Okay. Oops. Okay, welcome back all. There we go. Welcome back all. All right, we will finish up the last couple of items on our agenda. Wait till it looks like Patrick isn't back yet. So we'll wait just a second there.
Sorry, I'm back. I just needed to let my AVP know that I'm still here and not going to make the 2 o'clock meeting.
Yeah, you're 2 minutes late. All right. So welcome back. We will do work group recaps and reports. First, I'll go to inclusive access. Daniel, are you still on? Yep, there you are. Okay, Daniel.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Louder. So our group had previously met outside of LTAC to discuss how we were going to move forward with our initiative to try to explore the feasibility of adopting some sort of a framework for inclusive access that's similar to what OhioLink has. So we've done a lot of reviewing of resources on our end because there's just a lot that that Ohio had sent us with them and their library system. We also, Dr. Lofters also gave us access to the OER feasibility study and the last year's landscape study for OER that was done too, because we wanted to see if there was anything in those 2 documents that would assist us to figure out how to move forward with this. And we did find some useful information in this. So in our work group, what we discussed, three things basically came out of the work group that we had today. So one of them is that in all the discussions that we've had, we all have had unique experiences with implementing inclusive access at our institution. So just between the work group members, we have a lot of knowledge in terms of how it was implemented at each campus. And so what we want to do is we want to try and capture more of that data because we want to know what everybody's experiences are with IA at their campuses. So we want to see about somehow holding some sort of either future discussions with LTAC, with all LTAC members, because we have a good cross section of members here who represent all a good variety of higher ed institutions from Texas to figure out what their experiences have been with inclusive access has been, because some campuses are all in, like such as our campus. We're adopting it and it's pretty much throughout the institution. Some other campuses are just starting the process of it. So we want to see what everybody's experiences have been with it, because everybody has had pretty unique experiences with it. So we want to capture that data from LTAC members in some form or fashion. And we want to see if we can figure out if there's any common themes. We just need to get an idea, because I think the biggest thing for us right now is that we don't, other than our own experiences, we don't know what's going on with inclusive access in terms of the other colleges and universities across Texas. So that's the first thing that came out of our group today. Second thing that came out of our group is that we think that there needs to be some sort of a clear distinction between OER materials and inclusive access. And so Charlene had a very good example in talking with some of her provosts and chancellors, and that it sometimes does get confusing between the two, because OER can talk about free resources, but it can also talk about low-cost course materials. But inclusive access, some of those course materials are as inexpensive as $20, $30 for the students. So there certainly can be room for a lot of interpretation in terms of overlap. So we want to see about trying to create some sort of distinction between the two so that they don't get mixed up with one another. Again, even though there's a lot of commonalities between the two. But Tim brought up a very good point, especially with inclusive access, and that inclusive access primarily comes from publisher resources that are already out there. Okay, OER materials sometimes are homegrown, sometimes they come from groups, from OpenStax, they come from a lot of different resources. So inclusive access primarily comes from publishers. So I think that's a good first step in distinguishing the two. But I think we need to look into more of that so that as we roll out more inclusive access and as we look at possibly streamlining this inclusive access adoption process in Texas to make sure that the two don't get confused with each other. And the third thing that came out of our group was that, and Dr. Torrey, this is specifically for you because we want to make sure that whatever we're doing is supporting whatever work that is supporting your OER initiatives, but we certainly want to make sure we're not duplicating anything since there certainly can be a lot of overlap. So we want, one of the things that we had wanted to look at was to see what specifically is going to be in the landscape survey that's going to come out in 2021, to see if there's anything that, again, we don't want to replicate it, but to see if there's maybe anything that we can do to support that or for distinguishing characteristics, just anything, again, that we can do to support that. But so those are the things that kind of came out of our work group. We've had a lot of discussions around this, again, because everybody's experiences are very unique with it, depending on what they're doing on their campuses. So, you know, for us, I mean, this is going to be a pretty long-term project. We've got a long way to go with this, but the way inclusive access has grown in Texas, particularly with COVID, because of that all importance of access to course materials, I think that's making this project really come to the surface, because we certainly want to make sure that our students have that first day, that easy access to their course materials. So, so that's kind of what came out of our work group. I don't know if any other members have any other input, or if any other of the subcommittee members, if I left anything out. Hopefully I didn't. Okay, so those are our findings, Dr. Louder.
Excellent, thank you. And now we'll go to Patrick.
Hi, we had a robust conversation and unfortunately didn't get through our entire agenda, but we did resolve most of the things we needed to discuss about the LTAC survey so that we could move forward as soon as possible with the administration of it. We did decide on a couple questions to remove an option that would require the individuals responding to speculate about their post-COVID plans. There was pros and cons of kind of gathering that information. We elected ultimately to remove it to increase the reliability of the information we are going to collect about those topics where that was being asked. We also made a decision that we would make most all questions required questions and work on a very technical route to make it so that people could, even though our required questions, move back and forth between the sections, and there would be some final validation before they submitted the entire survey so that they could see if they had not answered one of the required questions. The exception to that in terms of requiring questions may be the open-ended questions about the COVID specific topics at the end. We may not require those, because if we did, then they could just type in things like, I don't care, not applicable, whatever. I don't think people would, but it might prevent them from submitting it if they know that they really don't have the time to put into answering those particular questions. We did talk briefly about the online database, which is where we something that Mark prototyped for us, and we would ultimately like to have the data available to people besides in just a written report. And that is going to be a separate conversation, because as Dr. Singh shared with us, there is a data modernization effort that is underway at the coordinating board, and we need to work with the IT folks and information security group to make sure that we integrate with that, and ultimately that information could be hosted on site, the coordinating board resources, or that they are okay with whatever external resources we apply to host this information. So that is going to be something that's we'll discuss going forward, but it's not urgent for us to go ahead and administer the survey in the meantime. And did want to mention that Dr. Singh had verified with Ruth Chisholm that the call center that is under her supervision is a resource that we can leverage to help us increase the response rate, and just wanted to mention that to everyone and say how much that is appreciated. So thank you very much, Ruth. And let's see, we talked about the administration of it and whether we are too late into December to do it, whether we should wait till the spring, but keeping in mind the survey that Dr. Torrey mentioned for open educational resources that's going to be launching in February, March, we feel like we do need to go ahead and get this out the door, but also allow a period in early January so that if people do not get it from their provost to fill out or do not have the time, that we could then send a second memo, have a second period in January to increase completion. So we are going to try to launch this ASAP. Again, there's some programming work that we're going to engage in with Mark Garcia. Get this out the door. The memo's already been written, Michelle. Everything else should be good to go. Get it out hopefully next week, and then allow for a additional period in January, assuming that many people will not be able to complete it in between now and the holiday break. And let's see, there was one area that we did not get to discuss that was very important, and that was a question that Michelle brought to us yesterday from the reporting area in the coordinating board, and we're going to handle that via email and decide how to get the committee to sign off on that and incorporate that into the survey as well. It deals specifically with answering this research question. Do institutions have a special ways of reporting distance ed courses during the pandemic? And that would be what categories they are using to describe the modalities that they are delivering instruction with during the pandemic. And did I miss anything, team? Mark, I do have your comment that we'll go into the notes in terms of a way to handle data in the future so that when people are administering the survey, they are filling out the survey for their institution, they could see what they had put in before and just affirm that or update it instead of having to make new entries each time. Thank you. Any questions?
I had a question for you, Patrick.
Please.
Since we have the you received the feedback from the data collection committee that you discussed in your meeting. So what they requested is that when you made your changes, and some of them weren't changes, some of them was just we just didn't understand what the symbols were on the actual the form that you printed out for us. Remember we talked about those little symbols that were
Yes.
conditional questions. So whatever changes you make, if you could provide us a copy and then I could submit it to them, we don't have to go through review again. I just have to show them that the changes were made.
Of course, be happy to do that. And Andrew, I assume as part of that, we need to show them the whatever we decide on the additional question that wasn't in the copy they reviewed regarding categorizing the areas of the ways that we report distance ed during the pandemic.
That would that would be included in your survey, and then I believe that's what came from the actual review from the data collection committee. So they know
they
that,
ask us to put that in, something
right,
like that.
Right. So then they'll know that it's going to be there, and I just have to provide it. Here's the question, and the change has been made.
Can do.
Excellent, great. So Andrew, with it having to go back, it's kind of an FYI to the data group. So next week, I think, although it's toward the end, I actually may have time next week to do it if the survey pops out. Do you think it'll have to go through a longer review, or is Patrick, can we just basically plan that next week is good to launch it?
I'm going to look at Dr. Singh, but from what I remember last time, because I asked that question at the end of the data collection committee, they said they didn't have to go through review at all. All we had to do was just provide them a copy that had the changes made. Then we could go forward. So it's not a review process. It's just a confirmation or verification that their feedback was taken and was applied to the survey.
Okay, perfect. Okay, we have come to the last item of our agenda, which is the discussion of future agenda items and meeting dates. Typically, our meeting dates run about, I think we had moved them to about a month before cause. Is that correct, Andrew, right? And I would imagine that will, although we're moving to a new division, I guess. So is that going to work? Michelle, Kyla, will that still kind of timeline work for y'all, do you think? I think having it a month before cause, because I would imagine doctoral programs will still have to route that way anyway. Will that work?
The cadence is working as of now, so we don't plan on modifying that.
Okay. So when is the next cause meeting? Does anybody know?
That should be in April of, if I'm not mistaken, because cause and board now are in the same month. So it should be April of 2021 will be the next cause board meeting.
So our meeting would then need to be technically in March. However, I know spring break or spring day or whatever your campuses are doing happens in March. What is the committee census? Do we want to look at March, or do we want to look at maybe earlier, like late February? What are thoughts there? And we'll ask again for coordinating board staff to do kind of a doodle poll, but it helps us if one of those 2 months kind of outweigh the other on finding a date and time. Patrick, in terms of the survey, what are your thoughts? Because I know you try to have, you like to have kind of, early info as soon as possible. So what would work with you? What do you think?
Considering we're in a legislative session, I think earlier rather than later.
And March will probably also be midterms, especially for those of us with shortened or no spring break.
Okay, so maybe we look at some dates in February that might work. I think Fridays work quite well for the majority of us, so that would be like the 12th, 19th, 26th, something there. Dr. Torrey and Dr. Singh, can whomever, you said there was a staff member within your group, can they handle a doodle poll for us like Christina has done in the past?
Yes, so Christina Kelly, and again, thank you publicly. I did not acknowledge Christina earlier, so I definitely want to do that. You will be missed greatly in this committee, but we do have Amy Zandy, so all of your communication will be coming from Amy Zandy now. She will be providing administrative support for this particular group. Now, I will tell you, in transition, you may get them from both, whether it be Andrew, it'd be Kyla, it'd be Amy or Christina. So somebody from those 4 will be handling communication.
Okay, perfect. As far as kind of standing items on our agenda, especially for Dr. Singh, what we have done the last, really, I guess the last year or so, is we have a standing coordinating board update that includes Sarah and OER, which I think works for us, and we can continue to do that. We also had in the past, and I'd like to pop it back on there, is talk about the baccalaureate programs at community colleges, because those have expanded to some online programs again. So I think those 3 as standing, and then the standing discussions with working groups, and then doctoral discussions there. But what else from the committee do we need to add in or think through? Dr. Singh, would you like a item specifically for the standards and definitions discussion? Or will that be ready to go by our next meeting?
I would say if we can place it on there, that would be good. Just as a follow-up to let everyone know who's on the committee or who's on the task force group, what the agenda looks like for future meetings and so forth. So that would be appreciated.
Okay, we can do that. Other thoughts and comments on items for discussion? If you don't have it today, I know we have had a marathon meeting today. I really appreciate the great work. We probably gave Kyla carpal tunnel as she tried to take all the notes during our discussion. But I think it was rich. It was very rich data that I hope we can circle back to. So maybe Dr. Torrey, we can have an update from you at our next meeting. Maybe some themes that you see that came out with this data. And everybody, please remember that final question that we put in the chat, and we can email out either Dr. Torrey, Dr. Lofter, someone. The last question of discussion, we can capture that. Anything else from the committee for the good of the group here at the end of the year?
I just want to thank Jessica for taking, for assisting us in all this organization of this committee. I appreciate you.
Yes, thank you, Jessica, and Andrew and Christina. And I'm not sure if Dr. Silverman will be involved or if that will just be Dr. Singh, but please express our appreciation to her as well, and others. I have to say, I like Mary's background. And she is in the holiday spirit. And so with that, unless I hear otherwise, I will wish you all a very happy holiday season, very restful holiday season. We all need it. And I hope the end of your year goes well. To our colleagues at coordinating board that may not have as much of an active role with our committee in the spring, we hope you will still be here occasionally as we look for your expertise and historical knowledge. We look forward to working more with Dr. Singh and Dr. Torrey. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
I motion that we adjourn.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion. So this committee will stand adjourned. Everybody have a great rest of your semester and happy holidays. Thank you all.